Hi, everybody. It's about that time. I have 6:15, and welcome to the July 7th, 2020 Select Board meeting, meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. I'd like to call it to order if everyone is of that pleasure. I'd like to just let everybody know that we convened earlier, actually at 5 p.m. for the purpose of conducting interviews. So I don't have to confirm that the meeting's been properly warned. It has been. And our first order of business will be, actually the first order of business will be for me to remind everybody, and I'll type this in the chat as well. The way we do things here is that if you would like to say something during either public participation, this is to members of the public. You can either speak during public participation, which is for matters that do not have an agenda item, or if you want to speak to an agenda item, we always open it up to public comment whenever people raise their hands by just typing into the chat your name and the fact that you'd like to make a comment. And sometimes it's handy to know the subject matter or the agenda item that you'd like to comment on. It helps me keep things organized here. Our first order of business tonight is going to be to approve minutes. 3 different minutes. We have June 2nd, June 9th, and June 16th. That's because we had a special meeting in there, a regular meeting, and also some interviews. I think there were a couple different meetings. So if board members have reviewed those, I'd love to take a motion to approve those.
I move to approve the minutes of June 2nd, 2020, June 9th, 2020, and June 16th, 2020.
Thank you, Ian. Ian has made a motion to approve the minutes of June 2nd, June 9th, and June 16th, 2020. All those board members in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And that's 5-0. Thanks, everybody. Chair's remarks is next. I don't really have remarks. Just maybe I'll remind people that we're here to do the business of the town. We're trying to keep people on task a little bit when comments do come up. We want to hear everything you have to say. We will try to limit people to 2 minutes. So far, everybody's been very good at that, so I appreciate that in the past few meetings. And that's just so we can get through what's, once again, a pretty involved agenda for tonight. And again, if you want to make a comment on an upcoming agenda item, please just type your name into the chat and let me know the subject matter. That kind of helps me get everything organized and get people's names to be called upon. What's going to happen is Patrick and our town manager, assistant town manager, will be turning off people until they're asking to speak, just to keep the number of windows down and to keep our ASL interpreters able to be seen when it's watched in the future or live. After way too much talking, that was basically the chair's remarks. Next is manager's comments, so I'll ask Peter Elwell to step up.
Thank you, Tim. I don't have any comments to offer this evening other than for the items that are on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Next is Select Board. Fellow Select Board members' comments, committee reports. Anyone?
No.
Oh, Daniel first, I think. I don't know. Go ahead.
Daniel first.
We had a traffic safety committee meeting on the 3rd Thursday of the month, 8 a.m. And we discussed the Putney Road project, which will be an agenda item much later today. But it was a good meeting, and those meetings are open to everybody, as long as you don't mind starting a meeting at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yes. I used to like that. Thanks for that, Daniel. And Ian.
Yeah, I've got a quick little blurb that I'm going to read probably the next few meetings. I'm on the, we are all on the Board of Civil Authority that runs the elections. So I wanted just to make a quick PSA that there are 2 very important votes coming up. One is the primary, statewide primary on August 11th, and the other is the general election on November 3rd. And we're encouraging people to go to my voter page, which is, and Tim, with your permission, I might copy and paste it in the chat box if that's okay. The link.
That's fine.
Okay.
Absolutely fine. Just do it now versus when more people will want to talk, because as you know, it gets buried.
Absolutely. So I'm going to post it right now. So if you go to this link, you can update your registration address, including your physical and mailing address. And yeah, I think that worked.
Yes.
And there you can request an absentee ballot. They're not going to be sending out the absentee ballots for the primary on November 11th. You have to request it. If you don't request it, you're gonna have to come and vote in person at the polls. And we anticipate there being delays for people at the polls because we're going to do our very best to make it as safe as possible for people. So we're really encouraging people to request an absentee ballot to vote by mail instead. So go to that website, update your information, request an absentee ballot. If not, the voting will be at the American Legion. If you have problems accessing this My Voter page, you can go to, you can email the town clerk, which is Hillary Francis, and I'll put her email address in here too. And you can also find all this information on the town's page.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, the voting process for the school budget was pretty smooth, pretty impressive. I was pretty impressed by them. And I think also I wanted to mention that I think every previously registered voter did get also a postcard in the mail. So there's that option if you did not see, I mean, if you're less, you know, attuned to the internet method. But yeah,
And
please.
Tim, if you'll grant me one more moment, we are also still looking for volunteers. If people want to volunteer to help at either the August or November elections, the people we're looking for don't really need as much experience because we have those positions filled. So if you feel a little civic duty and you feel comfortable with it, knowing that you'd be in the public, you can contact Hillary. You can also contact me. You know, hopefully people can find my information on the town website as well.
Great. Thank you, Ian. Any other board members like to chime in with any news or comments? Nope. Okay. Well, one more reminder. The way we're about to do public participation, and the way we do that is if you'd like to say something, let me know, or all of us know, in using the chatting to all function over on the right side of your screen, just so I can start a queue of people who'd like to say something. Just let me know your name, that you'd like to make a comment or a question, and possibly the subject matter, just the line item, the agenda item. That was very helpful last meeting. So the public participation is for comments or questions about anything that is not on our agenda for tonight. So I don't yet see anybody who would like to raise their hand and say anything. I will also call out, I think there's a couple callers, at least, maybe it looks like 3 callers. And the only, oh, I have one person who would like to speak in public participation. And I was just gonna say, before you do, Kurt, that I usually go to callers, invite callers to go off of mute, usually at the end of people who are joining us on the web, because it's a little bit messy to do it otherwise, but that's usually how I do it.
Yeah.
So now it looks like we have a Kurt that would like to speak. So if you'd like to take your self off mute, and Patrick should be able to turn your camera on, or maybe you can turn your own camera on. Hi there.
Can't hear.
We're still waiting to hear you, Kurt. We can't hear you.
Okay now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. It'd be great. I really think it'd be great when we can meet without the little boxes someday in the future. I would like to make a remark about the Brattleboro Youth Vote Amendment. This was begun in 2014, and we had an election, a contested election in 2015, in which the Youth Vote Amendment lost. And a new campaign began, and through no fault of their own, the young people working on it had their petition was delayed for the November 2018 election, and it was delayed again last year last year it was approved overwhelmingly at the March town meeting, and it was delayed in the legislature. Now it's being threatened with another delay. And I wish everybody to recognize that this is not any longer a matter of youth activism. The amendment was approved by a huge majority in 2019. So now it is our policy and mandate to pursue it. I was hoping people, especially you, Brandy, and our delegation would consider writing a letter to the governor and the minority whip, Mr. Leclerc, because that's really where the block lies. And the governor has told me personally in a very nice long conversation that he supports this amendment, probably because he sees the effect it may have for the demographic crisis in our state with all the young people moving out. But that's really not what matters now. What matters is that this is our vote. We took a vote on this. And we as town officials, I'm a town rep, we as town officials owe it to the voters, not just to the young people, to pursue this and get it approved or at least voted on in the assembly. I'd be very glad to help with that effort and hear your comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kurt. Brandy, do you want to comment?
I'm hoping that you can hear me, Kurt. I've had some serious, can everybody hear me okay? I've had audio problems all evening. Okay. I'm fine with writing a letter. If you want to just email me whatever I need to know, I'm fine with doing that. You hear that? Okay. Okay, good.
Yeah, Brandy, you're fine. It's just a slight delay. Yeah, Kurt, I don't know.
I don't know.
Peter, I think it's sort of in the court of the legislature, right? We really, because of Dylan's rules, we have some limited powers here. And we know the results of the vote, and we know the desires of the people. And we should maybe check in on our chances to have that move forward one way or the other.
Certainly. Yeah, it is in the Government Operations Committee of the House.
Okay. Kurt, did you need to say one more thing real quick? Or? You're still on mute, but okay. All right. Well, we can't hear you. Sorry. Okay. Who's waving? Goodbye to the bird too. I wish I had a little bird on my shoulder sometimes. So that was public participation. I didn't see anybody else chime in on the chat. I'll just leave a few seconds open. If anyone is on the phone and would like to say anything, now is your moment. And that, of course, is something unrelated to our current agenda. Otherwise, we're going to be proceeding. Next up, we have, I'd accept a motion to become water and sewer commissioners.
I move that we become water and sewer commissioners.
Thank you. Brandy has moved to transform into water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, I believe that's 5-0. Thanks, Liz. We are going to talk about a culvert replacement. Peter?
We are, and Dan
And Dan.
is with us this evening to present the item.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi. So this culvert bid is part of that ongoing waste line from Pleasant Valley down to the sewer system. A meeting or two ago, we asked for approval to purchase the culvert. Since we've opened the bids. We had 3 bidders to install the culvert. The first one was low bidder, Neil Daniels of Ascutney, Vermont, $98,760. Second place bidder was Aluzini Excavating of Vernon for $99,560. And the third was Adams Trucking and Excavating out of Manchester for $111,597,080. 80 cents. Yeah, 111,597.80. The Dufresne Group reviewed all the bids, contacted the Neil Daniels Incorporated references, and recommended that we accept the low bidder. We support that recommendation. There's some really close bidding, $800 between the top 2 bidders. So we feel like it's a good price. It's just about on budget with including the cost of the culvert. So we would like to proceed.
Okay. Board members have questions or comments?
I really appreciated having it broken down into all the different component pieces of the bid, because sometimes when you just see those like top line numbers, it's like, okay, this one was slightly cheaper. But to see how it was cheaper was pretty eye-opening for me. So thank you, and to whoever else was involved in doing that.
Yeah, and can you just tell me, Dan, for my own edification, is it fairly common that we use Dufresne? Well, certainly on a project of this scale, is that more common?
Yeah, they did the design of the project.
Absolutely.
You know, smaller projects we'll put out in-house, but the scale of this project, they did the design and all the bid documents and analyzed everything.
All right. Well, they were very complimentary of the winning bidder, so.
Yeah, I had quick question. I thought the Dufresne letter was really helpful and the references were as well. And I was just curious, if we've worked with Dufresne before, do they usually provide references like that, or do they specifically give them for this particular bidder for some reason?
No, it's typical of their process.
Yeah. Okay.
And just a footnote on that, Dufresne, we do a lot of work with Dufresne because of their experience with and knowledge of our water system. So they are the engineers who are designing the replacement water filtration plant and also do other projects for us. So we've had very good success in our collaboration with Dufresne, and they're always very complete about vetting other contractors who do work for the town.
Great, thank you. Barring any other board comments or any public comments, anybody chiming in on the chat to let me know that you'd like to say anything, or callers, I would accept a motion for this important part of infrastructure improvement. Do I have any takers?
Sure.
Blank
I
stares.
move that we award a bid to Neil Daniels Inc. in the amount of $98,760 for the Reservoir Trail Culvert Replacement Project.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel has made a motion to award a bid to Neil Daniels Inc. in the amount of $98,760 for the Reservoir Trail Culvert Replacement Project. All those in favor, board members? Aye?
Aye.
And that's 5-0. And that motion passes. Okay.
Great.
I always forget if we need a motion to dissolve as water and sewer commissioners, and you do. I'm being nodded at. I missed Jan nodding at me instead of Peter, so no offense.
Sorry.
Someone like to make a motion to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners?
I move to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners.
Thanks, Brandy. All those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
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 Thanks, Dan.
5-0. Thank you so much, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
We move on now to, is that time right? Oh, yes, it is, 6:37. We move on to new business. No, I'm sorry, unfinished business. I'm getting way ahead of myself. We're going to start with a COVID-19 update from Peter Elwell.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of notes tonight. Again, as we continue through these now, into like the fourth month of COVID, even with some gradual reopening, we're pretty steady as we go in terms of town operations. So I'll highlight those things that are different. One important thing that is different for the public, I want to echo what Ian said under the select board members' comments this evening about the elections that are coming up. We have changed the box. This will become important also when it becomes time in August to pay utility bills and in September to pay tax bills. The black box that we had installed attached to the wooden light pole in the parking lot behind the municipal center turned out to be just too small for the multiple uses we needed to make of it, so that people have the opportunity to safely and securely drop off payments to the town, and in the case of this announcement, ballots. So with the necessity that it be a larger, secure box, we actually obtained what looks like a U.S. mailbox, but not painted dark blue. And it is clearly labeled right now ballots, drop ballots here or place ballots here. And we will put signs on it at tax time and payment time, utility payment time, to make it clear that that's the place to drop those as well. It is a safe and secure location for that, and we strongly encourage on the payments side, we're taking those by mail. We're not taking them in person at the counter for the foreseeable future until it becomes safe again to invite people freely into the municipal center. And on the ballots side, while it is possible for people to go and vote at the Legion on August 11th, it's safer for individuals and it's safer for us as society to have as little of that kind of interaction as possible. When you don't have to, then you should just choose not to. And so since there is still plenty of time for absentee voting, we urge people to get a ballot, and you can mail it in, or you can come and drop it in that secure box that's behind the municipal center. So that's one thing that has changed. And if you happen to come by with a utility payment or a tax payment earlier when it was the small black box and you have a concern about whether your ballot is going to fit in the box, we've changed that out and it will fit, and we encourage you to use that service. The other announcements for tonight relate mainly to the recreation programming. So we've been able to open up for a bit more activity at the pool, and also in some of the other parks activities. So the Women's Softball League decided not to have a season this summer, but the Men's Softball League wants to have a season where it's using abbreviated rules that abbreviate the games to move them along quicker, so each team is together on the field for a shorter time, but there is able to be some competition and some good exercise out there. So that is occurring. That is beginning again this week. And the parks facilities have become more available for use. So we still have warning signs for people to know that we can't assure that the disinfecting has been done, immediately before people arrive. But based on the public health information that we have, with the frequency with which we are cleaning equipment, and with the warnings to the public about the importance of them, using their own sanitizers and wipes, the best practice now allows for some use of playgrounds and other parks equipment. And so we've reopened to a limited degree for that kind of activity with the appropriate warnings. And at the swimming pool at Living Memorial Park, we've been able to open up so that people don't have to pre-register any longer. There are still limitations on how many people can be in the pool at any one time, but it is open swim for 3 hours in the afternoon and open swim again for 3 hours in the evening. There's plenty of space in there for people to remain socially distanced, and the chlorinated atmosphere and the degree to which we're cleaning touched surfaces makes the pool actually a relatively safer environment than some of the other places where folks can get out and get some fresh air. So we're looking forward to when the library can reopen on a very limited basis. That planning is ongoing, and we expect that possibly by the time of the next select board meeting, we will have announced that on a limited basis, with just a few people at a time for just a limited period of time, folks will actually be able to come inside the building to obtain resources rather than having to rely on the online services and the curbside services. But that's not quite ready to open up yet. We're getting closer. The fire department has resumed what should be for the public's interaction with the fire department, fully normal services. They're now doing inspections again, and some of the other things that had been canceled during COVID has been suspended during COVID. But all other town operations are in the same status as they were 3 weeks ago when I provided the last update.
Thank you, Peter. The library news is certainly exciting when it does happen. And I think the pool's up to 75 now, if I'm correct, at a time, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Take advantage of it if you can. Daniel.
Yeah, I had a question about the pool, actually. I'm not a pool user, so I don't really know if this is the case or not, but I was wondering, are there times of the day where it's like a particular kind of population can use the pool, like there are with the rink, during the wintertime, where there's like kind of adult skate and kids skate and whatnot?
So Carol Olot, I believe, is on, and this would be a great time for her to join us if she can.
Carol.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so the pool is open for general swim from 1 to 4 and 5 to 8 each day. We don't have particular times. We are not hitting, Tim, you mentioned the 75 capacity. Yes, the capacity at this time is 75. And we're not even nearing that at this time. We have 2 lap lanes that are open. We are having a lot of lap swimmers. We encourage people to come out. The attendance is a little bit low, but it is open to anyone and everyone that wishes to use it during those 2 time blocks.
Thanks, Carol.
Thanks, Carol. Yeah, I've heard attendance is fairly light, but I guess I'm jinxing that by saying it. Brandy.
I just want to say that I've been there 3 times. 2 of those times were yesterday alone. And it's always like, when I come, I bring 4 kids. So there's 5 of us right there. And there's maybe 5 other people there outside of my own pod of 5. And it's run really tightly. You come in with our masks on, get your temperature taken, move in a line. Everything's being managed really, really well. And so we've been enjoying our time there very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ian.
Just one other thing I wanted to add that I forgot about voting is that there's no in-person early voting at the end. Peter, thank you for adding about the box as well. So lots of info about voting.
Thank you for that reminder. Speaking of reminders, I'm just going to remind everybody that the chat section is not part of public record, and so we can't use it to answer questions, or we do share a couple links once in a while because that's a super easy way to share info. As Ain just, but see, anybody watching this later on won't be able to see that, so that sort of disenfranchises people right there. So I just ask if people can try to be disciplined, just use the chat to let me know that you'd like to say anything, make a comment or a question about a particular agenda item. Just let me know your name and what you'd like to comment on. And I think that might wrap up our COVID-19 update, Peter.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Anybody else have anybody on the board have anything else? And I'm assuming that, no, I don't see anybody chiming in on. Oh,
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
In our earlier session, we were reminded that testing is still taking place on Wednesdays behind the municipal center at the health department. And I signed up, just for peace of mind, I guess, really. And they're booking out to like the 22nd right now. So if you would like to get tested for free, Wednesdays at the Department of Health, which is right by them, it's happening in the municipal center parking lot. You can go and drop your payment off on your ballot while you're there.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. You do need a slot. You need to sign up online. It's not the most fun in the world, but it's also not painful. So it might give you a little peace of mind, especially when you have relatives visiting soon. That's usually how we've been using it. Thanks, everybody. So we're going to move on to unfinished 9B, which is a discussion of representative town meeting. A lot of people have been chiming in and wanting to hear what the latest is from staff recommendations. Peter?
Thank you. So first, I'd like to note the group of people who have been working on this. It's a bit of an unusual item in terms of our staff work on it. The team of us collaborating on this has extended out beyond town staff to include Lauren Crisp, the elected moderator of town meeting, representative town meeting here in Brattleboro, and Bob Fisher, town attorney, so that we could make sure that as we were exploring ways in which we might as closely as possible replicate the way that representative town meeting is held when we can gather in the BUHS gym or the BAMS multi-purpose room, knowing that we would fall short of being able to fully replicate that. It was important that we consider, as we were looking at options, how the meeting would function and how that would work from Lauren Crisp's point of view as moderator. And certainly, obviously, as we explored options, making sure that between Lauren's perspective and Bob's as town attorney, that we ruled out anything that wasn't going to meet the requirements of the state statutes, primarily, actually, because we're traveling outside the town charter under the COVID state of emergency for the establishment of the procedures for this year's town meeting. So the full group of people who've been working on this include Jan Anderson, Executive Secretary, Lauren Crisp, Town Moderator, myself as Town Manager, Bob Fisher, Town Attorney, Hillary Francis as Town Clerk, who's a key player in our representative town meetings, both in the organizing and in all of the record keeping and vote tabulation. Make sure that our procedures are proper related to the electoral side of this, and Patrick Moreland, Assistant Town Manager, from a broader perspective of his role and experience with town government, but also particularly the expertise he has developed that shows every time we have one of these meetings in terms of the use of GoToMeeting and the technology that's available and it's so essential to us during COVID. So the six of us took the input that we had received from the select board and the public in your discussion of this at the June 2nd select board meeting, and looked at a number of different ways in which representative town meeting might be held. You'll recall that on June 2nd, we had presented, I think it was 6, it might have been 8, but a handful of different ways in which the meeting might be held. And we got both reaction to those alternatives and some suggestions of combinations that went beyond what we had presented. That was very helpful to us. It was actually essential in one important respect that I'd like to emphasize tonight for you to consider and for you to hear from the public about as you move towards making a decision on this, which is that I personally was leaning, and some others of us in working on this, was leaning towards an alternative that we've since ruled out and as impractical and insufficient, while we have continued to consider others. And that alternative involved setting up multiple locations where relatively smaller groups of people would gather, and then all those locations would be linked together in a meeting like this, but where the facilitation of that technology would be done by BCTV. What we were pretty excited about that option, what we liked about it, what we hoped would work in that was that it would allow those smaller gatherings that would hopefully be able to be safer for people, reduce the risk of exposure to other people. But by linking all together in a setting, an electronic setting like GoToMeeting, would still allow a almost fully engaged representative town meeting, not with the same feel of all of us being in one room together, but in a manner that would have allowed the members of representative town meeting in their discussions of the items of the warned articles to not just debate pros and cons and what would be the appropriate outcome, but to have the full authority that they do in the conduct of an in-person representative town meeting to make the motions and approve amendments to motions related to those articles. So there is a greater degree of flexibility allowed in that. The problem, as we learned from your discussion that evening, and both comments from select board members and members of the public, is that there was a significant concern that even in smaller groups, something perhaps on the scale of 25 or 30 people in each of these different locations, that there's a likelihood that some elected representatives to town meeting would not feel comfortable being part of a gathering of that many people who aren't part of the same household. And so we think that was valid, that is a concern that rules out an alternative that requires people to come together in groups like that. So we looked at a fully online alternative, and we looked at some other alternatives, hybrid alternatives that came off of that. I want to say before describing the two-part town meeting that we think is the best way forward, that those of us who are proposing it to you find it not very satisfying to make this recommendation to you. We are concerned that in order to preserve the ability for every elected representative to town meeting to cast the vote they've been elected to cast on each of the different articles, that the only reliable way to have that happen under these circumstances in this year of COVID is to have the voting occur by Australian ballot. And in so doing, it eliminates the possibility that the members of representative town meeting can amend the action, the motions, if you will. There won't be motions made this year. The motions are constituted in the articles that will be warned for voting by Australian ballot if you approve what we're bringing forward to you tonight. And so there would be a two-part process that is used in other municipalities. This is not something we've thought up. It's a process that is set forth in Vermont statutes. It's used by other municipalities as part of their regular annual town meeting, but it is very unusual for us here, and it has that significant drawback of not allowing part of this process to be the amendment of motions in the decision-making process. But importantly, it preserves the opportunity for everyone to vote, and here's how. The way that this two-part process works in places that have an open town meeting is they'll advertise to have what's known as an information meeting in the statutes. And I want to be really clear to the people of Brattleboro who are assembled here to listen to this and perhaps participate in the discussion with you shortly. That's a different meaning under the statutes related to town meetings statewide than what it is in our charter related to representative town meeting. Brattleboro is the only town in Vermont that has a representative town meeting. The information meeting that we've already held this year, it was one of the last public meetings we had before COVID set in, and that everyone is used to here in Brattleboro, is not a full discussion meeting, but is a meeting at which the select board brings forward information for the members of representative town meeting and answers questions from the members of the meeting about the information that has been brought forward or about the warrant items. The context in which, or the meaning of the information stage of this two-part process that's being proposed under state statutes is a full discussion. It is the engagement of representative town meeting members in debating the merits of each of the different warrant articles. And with your consent, we envision that while it is under statute, the select board's meeting, the information phase of this is a select board called meeting. We think it's appropriate under the Brattleboro's rules and traditions that Lauren Crisp, as the representative town meeting moderator, be the person who actually moderates that meeting in the manner that Tim, as select board chair, moderates these meetings. And so that's one part of what we're proposing to you, is that we view this, despite the fact that it has to carry the name information meeting to comply with the statutes, that we view this for its purpose, which is to be a discussion meeting, a discussion of the representative town meeting members moderated by the elected representative town meeting moderator, Lauren Crisp, so that as fully as the members choose to discuss, they are able to do that. And that would happen, we're proposing, if we move forward with the schedule that's set forth tonight, that would happen on Saturday, August 22nd. It would begin at 8:30 in the morning, the way representative town meeting usually does. But instead of being in a physical place, it would be on GoToMeeting. The members, what we envision is that there would be many of the elected members to representative town meeting who would be able, with the technology that they have and the capability that they have to use that technology. We think that many would choose to actually join the meeting. I can see at a glance that we've got 90 people involved in this meeting right now. And so there's capacity up to 250 in a GoToMeeting format. So we've got plenty of capacity for all of the representative town meeting members to be in the GoToMeeting if they choose. But we also envision that there may be some people for whom the participation in that manner may either be a technological barrier or a skill set barrier, or just something they choose not to do, not to sign into. And the format that we are proposing envisions them being able to listen to all of the discussion by watching on BCTV. And then, because there's always the opportunity to call into these meetings as another way of connecting if one doesn't connect by computer, a person who chooses to watch, and I think when we all think about how representative town meeting normally unfolds, while every member has an equal opportunity to speak and fully participate in the meeting, it's pretty common that several dozen people speak and several dozen people don't. And so we think it's entirely possible that there may be a number of members of representative town meeting who would choose not to connect in this format, would watch the meeting on BCTV to be able to be fully informed about what happened in the discussions, and would have the ability, if that's what they're doing, to call in if something struck them in a particular discussion as being something they did want to comment on. So there'll be the opportunity to do that. And then that goes on, whether it goes on for a couple of hours or whether it goes on for half a day or however long it needs to, as representative town meeting usually does. We envision this being shorter than representative town meeting usually is, because there won't be all of the procedural matters and all of the votes that normally would occur at representative town meeting. But it would allow for a good, full, open, engaged discussion by the members, by the elected representatives for each of the warrant articles. And then it would end there. There would not be action that day. The action would be taken in the second phase of representative town meeting. The way this normally happens for communities that use this for a regular open town meeting is their discussion meeting happens either the weekend prior to town meeting day or on the Monday evening that is the night before town meeting day. So they've had the same kind of discussion, usually in a high school gym or someplace like that, but the same kind of discussion that we're envisioning happening on a Saturday and go to meeting. And then the very next day, they hold an election. People go to the polls and cast their Australian ballots. In this case, because of COVID, for all the reasons that we were discussing in a couple of different instances earlier in this meeting, we don't envision an election day. What we envision is an election process where there would be a week, 8 days actually, I believe, or 6 days, sorry, 6 days to the following Friday. So August 22nd would be the discussion meeting on GoToMeeting. And by August 28th, 6 days later, at the close of business that Friday, everyone's ballot would either need to be deposited in the box that's behind the municipal center or postmarked. And we wouldn't count the votes until a week later on September 4th, so that for those who have mailed in their ballot, there's plenty of time for the ballot to reach the town clerk's office and be part of the count. The reason that we recommend this is we think it is the one way to be sure that people who have any kind of a barrier to participation because of technology and or people who simply are not comfortable coming out into gatherings of people in the community, no matter how small, will have their right to vote. They've been elected by their neighbors to participate in representative town meeting and to cast the votes that will determine the decisions made by the community on the warrant articles. And this is the only way that we believe is can fully guarantee that no elected member of representative town meeting will be disenfranchised from casting that vote. And so based on what we heard from you and what we heard from the community and the concerns that were raised back on June 2nd, we reluctantly and without a lot of enthusiasm, because of the fact that it doesn't fully replicate gathering in the gym to do a representative town meeting, we do think that for this year of COVID, this is the best way forward to maximize the democratic process. All of the people that have been part of working together to shape this recommendation that I named earlier are in this meeting. So if you have questions of any of us individually or want to hear from any of the others, they're in this meeting and available to jump into the conversation.
Thank you, Peter. I'm going to try to stay quiet about this, at least for now. Other board members want to jump in? Daniel?
Yep, thanks. Thanks to everyone for their work on this. I'm disappointed that the proposal that is kind of in the lead right now ends up in a place where we don't get to have the full rich experience of representative town meeting. So that's all the kind of like, I don't know, grandstanding I want to make about this. I have some practical questions. So this Australian ballot process, there'll be like, I don't know, what, 20 or so things for people to vote on. What happens if one of those things fails? Does it then come back on its own, or is it the whole set of things that has to be revoted on?
No, good question. So when you go through the 20 or so articles, let's say 18 prevail, 18 are approved and 2 are rejected. So the 18 that are approved. They're done. We move forward and implement the approved action. The 2 that failed would either remain failed, that would just be the finality of it, and those items would not move forward to implementation. Or you as select board could choose perhaps to warn for a separate special town meeting further consideration. If you felt as though in the discussion of any certain item, it seemed as though the body wanted something that wasn't part of the Australian ballot, and you interpreted the rejection as, we don't want that, but we might want something. You would certainly be fully empowered under the statutes, under the state of emergency during COVID, to warn another process to give further consideration to anything that might not pass the first time. Or you could simply accept the outcome and move on.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up on that. When I looked at the warning as proposed side by side with the original warning, and I noticed that the budget article no longer sits in there. And my understanding of where we were at with that when we chose to adopt the budget in our last meeting was that the possibility of town meeting being able to weigh in on that was still alive, and it doesn't seem to be the case anymore. So could you kind of speak to that?
Sure. So it might be best for Bob Fisher to speak to that after I give a summary of it. But basically, after thoroughly researching the matter, the budget has been approved, right? The action you took under the special authority that you had this year was to adopt the budget so that there would be a budget in place for July 1st. There are specific warned items that are related to the budget, half a dozen or more of them, that town meeting, if representative town meeting rejects any of those individual items, those items will not be implemented. But because there is an adopted budget, we are in the new fiscal year and we are implementing the adopted budget, the legal interpretation here is that the action related to the overall budget that remains for representative town meeting to take relates to the taxation that supports that budget, rather than the readoption of a budget that you've adopted. If you want to take a deeper dive into that, Bob is in the meeting and can explain it further.
I think the public would like to know. At least the public that I know would like to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
Bob could speak to.
Bob, can you jump in? I love seeing these faces too.
Can you hear me? Bob's trying to get himself back into the meeting. He lost his internet.
Okay.
I'm back now if you can hear me.
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you, and we'll just take your voice for now.
But I missed what the question was because I just got back on.
Daniel, do you mind?
Let me see if I can pull it out of thin air. Short version, what happened to the budget article, and could you explain that for the public?
Oh, yes. With regard to the budget article, by the state emergency statute this year, that authorized the select board to adopt the budget. So the budget has actually been adopted by the board. The representative town meeting article that ordinarily would be what we would consider the budget article, that article will really be an article for the setting of the dates for the collection of the taxes and the penalties and interest to be assessed for any delinquencies. So with respect to the budget, that is that's already accomplished at this point.
Can I just follow up on that? So Article 16 in the new warning is, if you really hated the budget that we adopted, you could vote that article down and force us to look at it again.
Well, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I don't think so. The budget has been adopted. If you were to vote down the article with regard to the proposed dates, then we would revert back to state statute that would require taxes to be due no less than 30 days after the tax bill is.
We might be losing Bob a little bit.
Ian, can you fill in the blanks?
I think I can.
Oh,
So-
Peter, yeah.
Yeah, so what Bob was in the process of saying is, because this year the statute, the special adopted act of the legislature empowered the select board to adopt the budget. You've adopted the budget and the budget is in place. What remains is the authority to decide deadlines and deadlines for payment of taxes and penalties that apply to non-payment of taxes, and all of the individual articles that speak to individual actions. But the rejection of the taxation article, since it's no longer a budget article, wouldn't undo the action you've taken to approve the operation of town government in accordance with that FY21 adopted budget. It would fail to provide the guidance necessary for us to travel under that direction from representative town meeting in the collection of taxes. And Bob was in the process of explaining what happened in that void.
I think we're almost with you, Bob. We don't hear you yet.
Okay, if you can hear me now, sorry, the connection keeps
Yes.
going in and out. And I don't know where, I apologize if I'm repeating myself, because I don't know where I left off. But in the event that you voted down the article with regard to the dates, then you would be left with setting the tax date for when it's due 30 days after when you send the tax bills out. So by statute, you can't have a tax bill due any earlier than 30 days, but absent that vote at town meeting as to your collection dates, it would be due in one lump sum. So what I was saying is, for people who like the 4 times a year paying their taxes, it would be wise, if you like that, not to vote down that article.
Thanks, Bob. Is that clear enough, Daniel, or?
Yeah, I gotta say, I just want to kind of say this out loud in public. When I voted to adopt that budget last time, I voted it thinking that, you know what, town meeting still has a chance to we were in a space where we were talking about like ratifying or modifying, and
Yep.
So there are reasons why I'm glad that we adopted the budget. I think it's important that we continue town operations, but in my back pocket, I still had, okay, town meeting still gets to weigh in on this, and today that's not where we're at, and so I'm pretty disappointed.
Me too.
I'm not mad at anybody. It's just that's where I'm at.
Yeah. May I speak to that? It's a matter of record. Sure. We could go back and see what was actually said, but my recollection, Daniel, is that we had that conversation that you just described. That was definitely the state of our thinking in the discussion on June 2nd about representative town meeting. And that by the time we got to the June 16th discussion of the budget, it was not that clear. I don't recall exactly what was said on June 16th, but I know that at that point we were in the middle of working through this process of trying to find a way forward on representative town meeting. And my recollection is that we spoke about the potential for something like ratification with much more doubt on the night of the 16th. But I'm sorry, obviously it left you in a position where you were still feeling like that was an option that would be available to representative town meeting. And in the work that we've done to prepare for tonight, it became clear in the law that there is an adopted budget and that it would not be proper to put a question on an adopted budget out to re-adopt or ratify. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And if I missed something and didn't do my homework, then I apologize to all concerned, but I feel like I read every every bit of that.
I'm not suggesting that, and in any case, you've made clear, what you were thinking at the time that you cast what was a very important vote, and so I apologize that the fluid nature of this, the unusual circumstances this year may have left you in that position.
Thanks.
Bob.
And if I could just follow up on that, the difficulty, Daniel, to speak to your, and I agree with what Peter said, the intent of the legislature in allowing select boards to adopt the budget was really to say we're living in what is a state of emergency, and there has to be a way for towns to go forward with town business. One of the difficulties with regard to our representative town meeting and the idea of would there be a check and balance as to the select board's adoption of the budget is that you then, what happens then if you put the budget article on for representative town meeting in its good old fashioned regular budget, and let's say for argument's sake that gets turned down and the select board had already adopted it, you have two laws that are competing against one another in that scenario. So given that the board has adopted it pursuant to what I'm calling like the emergency legislation, that's the action that the town has taken. And I think a lot of us agree with you, Daniel, that we like to think that there are always those checks and balances. And as a select board, that's where you are exercising your power, so to speak, in these emergency times in a very delicate manner because of the lack of that check and balance in an emergency situation. So it's not the best answer in the world, but it's that weighing of the state of emergency laws versus our regular laws.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Liz?
I just want to point out that at the June 2nd meeting, when we were asked, are we content to put this budget forward after several months dormancy, I had asked that we ask the Human Resource Committee what their feelings were, whether there were any changes based on COVID-19 and the state of the Brattleboro Society. And actually, Peter reached out to the committee chair as requested, and they felt that, things change from year to year, and that there was time in the ensuing year for the committee to do the work that they always do regarding nonprofit funding, and that would be the time to reflect on any new circumstances that COVID-19 had brought to the community. So I just wanted to mention that there was that kind of rethink of the budget before it was brought forward, and that was our opportunity on June 2nd, and then we voted on it on June 16th.
Anyone else? I'm going to throw it to the public because we have a few people who would like to chime in. Bob, you want to stay with us? Far was first. If you're able to, hey, there you are. Welcome.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Indeed.
So yeah, I have a number of concerns about this this proposal. There's a lot of talk about how this came about because it was the least likely to disenfranchise any of our town meeting reps. I should say that I'm a District 3 town meeting rep. I live on Orchard Street, and it calls into question for me what exactly is the franchise. My understanding is that the town meeting is supposed to be a deliberative body, and we basically eviscerated with this proposal the representative town meeting as a deliberative body. It's not. There is no deliberation. There's a discussion, and we're not able to make any any amendments or motions. And I think, that fundamentally changes the character of what the town meeting is. And I feel like, this, maybe we're not being disenfranchised, but certainly the franchise is being diluted. It's as if, you've said, okay, everybody can have coffee, but you all have to drink decaf. So, that feels to me, I mean, I understand you've acknowledged this, it's a completely inadequate solution, but I'm just going to reiterate that it's an inadequate solution. And I also feel like, aside from the solution itself, I'm also really concerned about the process by which we came to it. I use we very loosely because this, I first heard about this, just a few days ago. I just heard about this a few days ago. I haven't been able to keep track of everything. But as a town meeting rep, I took it on faith that I would be, kept apprised of what was going to be happening with the town meeting. And while I have gotten at least nine emails from the Reverend Abbess Ricky Rizzotti, I have not gotten any communication from the town about what's going on with the proposals, about what was going to happen with town meeting. And nothing against Ricky Rizzotti, but I expect to get a little more, of all the people that were in that meeting that Peter Elwell mentioned, I don't hear any mention of any town meeting reps or any representatives of town meeting reps. So that strikes me as particularly troublesome, especially as we consider the next agenda item, where a lot of the conversation is going to be about who is invited to the process, who gets to participate, who facilitates, and who is being actively and affirmatively welcomed into the process. So those are my concerns.
Thanks, Par. Anybody want to comment, or I'll just move on and maybe we'll comment after we have a couple more comments. Oscar Heller was next, wanting to chime in. Oscar?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just in a similar vein, I felt that I should at least bring up that at the last meeting when this was discussed, I asked the board if they wanted to explicitly make the budget conditional on town meeting approval, make it more explicitly, temporary. And I understand there are procedural problems with that, but I think maybe not insurmountable ones. And the board decided not to do that in part because a couple of people, I don't want to speak for anyone in particular, said that they felt they had made themselves clear already that their approval of the budget was sort of based on the fact that town meeting would have the final say. I haven't rewatched the meeting. I don't know exactly what words were said, but that's how I remember it. And so, I don't know, I understand the town is in a tough spot and none of the options are great, but especially, I mean, even at the time I felt weird about it, and especially now that one of the budget items is something that's a matter of, tons of debate, and people have really strong feelings on it, probably stronger feelings on the police budget than anything at the last town meeting or two, at least. It's sort of coincidentally, particularly a problem that this is happening right now. So, yeah, is there no other way? Would it be the end of the world, or would it be totally impossible for the select board to say, sure, it's inconvenient, maybe there are legal hoops that we have to jump through, but we'll put something on the warning, and if town meeting votes a certain way, we will figure out a path to honor town meeting's wishes because they are the ones who are supposed to make this decision, even if it takes a slightly irregular path. So anyway, that's just where I'm at. So thank you.
Thanks, Oscar. Next up, just making a note, sorry. Next up, Ricky wanted to speak. Ricky, do you have audio or video available for us? Are you there, Ricky? We have one other person that'd like to speak, so I can circle back to you. Oh. Ricky Rosati, I think, was waiting to speak. I'm going to move on maybe to, well, maybe they will have more luck if I toss it over to Lauren Crisp, wanted to make a comment.
Thanks,
Hi,
Tim. I hope you can see and hear me. I
Yes.
appreciate you giving me an opportunity. As the elected moderator, I got to tell you that since March, I have been rolling this over in my head innumerable times as to some form of method or innovative approach that we could perhaps pursue to have our town meeting in the fashion in which we traditionally have in the past. I guess in the back of my mind, I have been hoping that this COVID thing would just plain go away. I got to the point at some point in, I don't know, maybe June, where I realized that was not probably going to happen. We had to do something. I have independently approached Bob Fisher and Peter and other folks around town with some of my thoughts on it. My concern is that we balance fundamental democratic principles with the protection of the general health and welfare of representative town meeting members. And these are extremely challenging times. We all know that. So there is no great solution, no matter how hard you look. And I've looked even, I've listened to legislative sessions. I've listened to other Zoom and GoToMeeting sessions. And I reluctantly came to the conclusion that this proposal that Peter is now presenting makes the most sense because we have in Vermont historical precedent for it. Number one, there is democratic historical precedent for this approach, namely Australian ballot. Number two, the Vermont legislature did step up to the plate and they introduced some emergency legislation, which Bob Fisher has discussed, H681, which specifically authorized communities to take action using this format as the best way out, if you will, when we had to deal with the hazards of a pandemic. What I felt in arriving sort of at my thinking on this process is that we had to come up with some kind of a process that would be fair, that would be as inclusive as possible, give everyone an opportunity to participate and everyone an opportunity to vote. And that's why I sought to join the discussion that Peter has just told you about. And frankly, I support, reluctantly as he said, but I support the proposal that Peter has just described to you, albeit with the shortcomings that we have been discussing.
Thank you, Lauren. Board members, I have 4 folks. Well, I'm counting Ricky to see if they can get back online here. But I have 4 folks that would like to comment. Do you want to kick it around first? Do you want to continue with public comment? Okay. just for the public, I'm asking everyone to just keep the comments fairly short if you can. And here we go. So Ricky, were you able to get back on? I'm not sure if you're actually on the line. But if you're not, I will go to Kurt. Wanted to say something. Kurt Dimes wanted to say something about RTM, the proposed RTM plan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I'm trying to get the camera to turn on.
Okay, well, we can hear you, so go ahead while you're working on that.
The camera. I got to say, I agree very emphatically with Farmies. If it's not all the way represented town meeting, it's not town meeting. It's not represented town meeting now. And I think the select board, I'm asking you on the select board to consider that the lack of proper consideration to the representative town meeting is been going on for a long time. It's systemic, you might say. And two examples, the select board puts the representative town meeting's ideas always at the end of the agenda. Another thing just pointed out to me recently by somebody trying to find information on representative town meeting is that he couldn't find it on the town website. Indeed, it is 3 levels down in the menus and misclassified as a committee. So it's right there. It's in the system. This regular disregard for a representative town meeting. Some people think after going to it as visitors, it is the budget meeting because the select board gives primary concern to getting the budget passed, and that includes, financial matters. There's no consideration for the duties of the representative town meeting, which by charter are guidance, ideas, proposals, and commentary. The representative town meeting is supposed to be the guiding body for this town, and the select board does not let it happen. Thank you. Not you guys personally, but historically.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Kurt. I see someone has tipped me off that Ricky was having some trouble with their machinery. I'm going to go to Sonia, who I think can chime in via FAR. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Sonia.
Hey, we're at the same table.
It's a pod.
We're in a pod. I mean, I feel like I echo what everyone has said with the frustration with this solution. And I guess I wonder if there has been any surveying or polling of our town meeting representatives to find out if they would be able to do an online conversation, or if they would be able to, or if they would be willing to come to some kind of hybrid in-person online situation. And I know there's rules regulating how you can be in touch with representatives, but it really, I mean, it feels like of all moments to check in with everyone. And I don't know if you're not allowed to email, but like send an email, and anyone who doesn't email back, you spend a few days trying to get them on the phone to try and actually figure out what's possible, as opposed to you all assuming. And we know, based on this meeting here today, we see that A, a lot of people show up for things when they're passionate about it, and B, there's a lot of technological problems. It's really frustrating. So I understand both of those things, but I think that an assessment of our existing representatives would help figure out what's actually possible. And I think to kind of like go on what Kurt was saying of it being emblematic of larger problems with the select board, to me it's felt a little emblematic of how hard it is to get communication as a representative, and wondering if one of the silver linings of having to throw everything out this year and figure out a new way to do it could be coming up with some better structures and communication systems for recruiting people to be representatives and for communicating with existing representatives. For instance, I wasn't a representative this year because I looked at the website, and yep, Kurt said it's really hard to find, and I counted, okay, the first Tuesday and the third Saturday afterwards, and carry the 3 and got the L or whatever, and I got the date wrong. So I was like, oh, I can't be there that weekend. I won't put in my petition. And then it turned out that I got the date wrong, and I could have done it anyway. And then it didn't happen anyway. But I'm just saying that there's been, I feel like there's been struggle in a lot of ways. And is there a way for whatever happens with the one that's going to happen in 2020, but to use this as a way to be a little bit more accessible and more communicative for 2021. And finally, I think I maybe have said this before in these kinds of conversations, but I do a fair amount of facilitation and online facilitation in particular for my job, and I would be happy to sit down with the moderator or with other folks and share some of the tools that I've been using to make online facilitation a little bit more accessible and more conversational, even if the meeting is only debating those articles and not a decision-making conversation. But I'd be happy to do that, and people have my contact info.
Thanks, Sonia. Very good points. I think I'll break protocol a little bit here and just point out this has certainly been a long discussion on the select board, and I understand that I'm not going to argue with the feeling that some RTM folks might not feel like they were invited into the discussion, but it is the select board's duty to figure out how to make RTM happen safely. And that's what we've been struggling with, safely and, efficiently, and to preserve the power of RTM, frankly, and the power structure that we have here in town, which is very important. A member of select board, I can attest to. I think maybe remind me, was it your June 2nd memorandum that goes at length talking about each of the options that we've been discussing in pretty good detail about the problems with each one. And I don't want to overtalk this, but I just wanted to point out that it's something that's been an ongoing, and we all see this as the least bad option at the moment. That's how I'd couch it anyway. What was that correct, Peter? Because that's online, and we all know that our website has problems. So, and I'm told I'm cutting out a little bit. So let me know if nothing made sense that I just said.
I think you came through. You did on mine at least, and I can confirm the memorandum that outlined the several different options, and at that time highlighted as the preferred one, the BCTV facilitated multi-pod full representative town meeting. I prepared in late May in preparation for your June 2nd meeting, and it was discussed at length in the June 2nd meeting by the select board and by the public. There was actually, I'd like to make clear for those members of the public who are on tonight who weren't on then, actually for those of us who have worked on this, it was actually, there were points made by select board members, and you summarized in the end what you wanted us to do as sort of the next step of working on this. But the input that we found most compelling in terms of the potential impediments for everyone who had been elected to representative town meeting to be able to participate fully came as much or more out of the public comment that evening. And so that's what sent us back to the drawing board to say, well, it looks like the pod option, based on the consideration that evening, both the public input and the select board's guidance, wasn't going to be acceptable. And so we ended up in the way that I described earlier, arriving where we were.
All right, thank you, Peter. I'll I want to make sure I get everybody's. Liz, are you going to mention callers?
Well, yes, but I was just going to add to what Peter said, that those comments from the public that gave us great sway were public health concerns.
Absolutely.
And yes, how does a caller, how does someone who called in let you know that they want to speak?
They unfortunately rely on me to remember at the end or somewhere in the middle of the public comment process to say, I will now take any comment from callers. And I believe Patrick can take all the callers off mute and just see what happens. We haven't had this many callers yet, so it's all brave new territory for us. Stand by. Daniel?
No, that's fine. There's a caller.
I don't know if that was a caller or not.
Okay. I just want to say that, like, Sonia's point about online meeting facilitation, like I've done online trainings as a facilitator as well, and yes, they're clunky and there are new skills to be learned, and I think Sonia actually is a really good person to connect with in that regard. She has a great deal of experience and skill, and the town moderator does a really good job at moderating representative town meeting, but this experience is very different, and there are new things to be learned. And I think that, like, callers it's possible to raise your hand when you're a caller. You can press like star something or other. It's just we're not in the practice of doing it.
Yeah. I've had HB was holding on, and then I promise I will ask if there's any callers. So HB, are you available to jump on with us here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, yes, okay.
So hey, HB Lozito, District 2 meeting rep. Yeah, I hear Lauren's comments of having turned this over in his mind since March. Understand and appreciate, town leadership working, all of us working under extraordinary circumstances. And yeah, I'm appreciating the thoughtfulness of trying to make the format as accessible to as many of us who are meeting members or members of the public who want to participate as possible. I'm not someone who's participating in in-person things right now. So, I've said this to Daniel before, I would not attend representative town meeting, even though I'm elected if it was in person. So I appreciate that. What I'm hearing, from a lot of folks who are commenting is not actually challenging the format of the meeting, but challenging the shifted and lessened power of the body. It seems really significant to me that there is lessened decision-making power with this format, and I have some confusion and curiosity about why those two things are going together. And would love to hear a little bit more about the ability for town meeting members to make motions and amendments in a virtual format, and if someone can share more about why there isn't that ability. I hear Tim, you saying it's a little bit difficult to make sure that folks on the phone are able to participate, but it seems like we could have both of those things together, both this format that allows everyone and still maintaining an ability to make amendments and motions and all that kind of stuff. So that was the comment.
Oh, just clarification though. Were you talking about my comment about phone callers at this meeting, or?
Oh, I assumed that was for all meetings. So maybe I had some confusion there.
I was just referring to this meeting. We've only had one or two callers. So when I see that there seems to be like 4 or 5, that it's sort of just a new experience for all of us. So,
absolutely. So yeah, so maybe I had some confusion. My understanding is that we, as town meeting members, won't be able to make amendments and motions in a virtual format. And I have found that to be a really powerful part of town meeting. And so some curiosity and confusion there about why we can't have both of those things within this format.
Okay, but Peter, thanks HB. Peter, maybe let's remind people about the legislature passing that, because, well, one of the reasons was Brattleboro, because there was just literally, with the time structure needed to warn town meeting.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking you to give us a little background there.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different things going on there. So I'd like to speak directly to HB's concern, and then we can go back and talk about what the legislature did, because there were 2 separate acts of the legislature that affect tonight's discussion. One regarding the Australian ballot and one regarding budget approval. So, but on the specific question that HB spoke to regarding why can't there be a town meeting, representative town meeting that would still allow for the full procedures of amending motions and having the full participation in a more complicated way rather than just discussion of the merits of the items. The answer is that it still can be done that way. There's a decision to be made by the select board in how to warn this meeting based on prior discussions at select board meetings, based on the work that we and town staff and now others have done on this, and the input that we had received from the public in the prior select board meetings. We steered to where we did because the potential for people to come together in a space seemed almost certain to eliminate some people from participation. And because it's a meeting of over 150 people, just knowing the challenges that we've had in some of our meetings, select board meetings, with far fewer than 150 people participating, and where 5 of the participants here are the actual members of the body, and everyone else is an observer or assisting in some manner. Whereas with representative town meeting, it's actually 150-ish actual voting members of the body, plus a couple of dozen more who are assisting in the process. The scale of that concerns us very greatly, not just that some of the members will have some barrier to participation because of technology or their ability to use the technology. We think that's a real thing for some members of our community. But also beyond that, just the challenges to holding a meeting in an orderly manner to actually conduct the business properly. If there's 150 different equally empowered participants in the meeting who each need to be having the opportunity to make motions and make comments on every aspect of it and cast their votes. The counting of votes could be challenging. And what we know from the experience of the state legislature is there were times when this worked okay and times when this fell apart for them in Montpelier, dealing with sometimes just committee business where there were on a scale more like this and less like town meeting. And then at other times where they actually changed the functioning of the House of Representatives this year so that voting could occur in a manner that was, not participatory. It was actually more like an Australian ballot, except there was an electronic tool that was used, but where I don't know all the details of it. We perhaps have a state rep who's online. If we don't have one tonight who can jump right in and speak to this, then it would be something we'd have to research further. But what I do know is there was actually some delegation to leadership of the House for certain of the votes that normally would go to the whole House because they were having such a difficult time with some of the technological challenges of both, having proper debates and having defensible processes for the voting on different bills that were occurring. So I don't know all the details of that. And it is something, if the board wishes for us to explore further with members of the legislature to understand the details of that better before you decide what final action you're prepared to take on this, that's certainly something we could do between now and July 21st. But it was our concern that society's experience, not just our own in Brattleboro, but society's experience with using these tools for large gatherings where it's not just exchange of information, but actually the conduct of business, the needing to have the participation of people be orderly, needing to have the votes be fully tallied properly, and not have somebody have an internet cut out at a time when they're trying to participate in the meeting. It seemed to us that a meeting of that scale, that's a business meeting of 150 plus voting members of that scale, if fully on this format, was not a practical solution, that inevitably there would be some disenfranchisement that would flow from that. that's a conclusion we've drawn. It's not a fact, and other people can draw other conclusions. And the board will ultimately have to decide what you're most comfortable with, you know, for trying to preserve as much as possible of our representative town meeting democratic process in this year of COVID. I can 100% assure everyone that the intent of the 6 of us who brought this recommendation forward was to do that. And as we've described previously, both Lauren and I, it is a concern to us that the process that we're recommending takes out that element of being able to amend along the way to making a decision. And the conclusion that we arrived at in bringing this to you is sacrificing that to preserve the guarantee that every elected representative to town meeting will be able to cast a vote on every article was the balancing act. You know, we fell on the side of making sure that the Australian ballot would guarantee that everybody elected to cast a vote could cast a vote. Like I said, that's a judgment call. It's not a fact. It's not a requirement. And there's a decision select board's going to need to make in the fullness of the input that you've received, either to move forward with something or to advise us how you want us to work further on this to bring you back something else.
Thanks, Peter. I think I had Ian and Daniel, and then we're gonna go to some phone calls and Brandy. Wow, okay. Ian? Gotcha.
I've prided myself on never making that mistake, and I just did.
I know, you're not even 30.
Do we want to let the public speak for the rest of it and then the board, or do we want to go into board stuff now for a bit?
Oh, I want to make sure that the callers have a chance. There's at least one caller that wants to speak.
Yeah, they've been waiting. Let's let the public speak.
And then there's one other.
And Gary Stroud.
And Gary too. Yeah. Oh, wait.
Let's see how this goes. Patrick, could you just unmute callers? One of them is Ricky, and Ricky has been waiting to speak.
Usually it does.
If you don't want to speak, callers, just be quiet, I guess.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Ricky.
Hi, yeah, this is Ricky speaking, and I have 2 questions. One is, have any of the select board members read or plan to read the Vermont ACLU prison abolition and police reorganization outline?
Okay, what's your second? That's not really germane to what we're talking about. What's your second question?
We're talking about the budget, and they have a different plan that would require a different budget. And so my second question is there any intention to count the public's vote on the budget as equal to representatives?
Well, the budget's been passed. In representative town meeting, the public does not actually get votes because they're not part of the body. They can attend and speak to any subject matter, but they, at the discretion of the moderator, but they cannot vote in representative town meeting.
You were saying that the representatives are still going to be voting on part of the budget, right? In August?
No, there'll be the portions that have already been passed basically are not going to be voted upon, but there's a lot of articles that will be voted upon. And there's one.
So they're non-budget articles?
I'm sorry, say again?
They're non-budget articles?
Technically, there's one that I think sets the tax info, right, Peter?
Yes, and then there's several others that speak to particular items that are included within the adopted budget, but where the authority to actually make the expenditure has not been decided yet. So for instance, the human services funding that's been recommended by Representative Town Meeting's Human Services Review Committee. Those funds normally, because normally Representative Town Meeting would approve a budget in March, July 1st, the budget goes fully into effect with all the actions from the warning. Normally, those checks would have been cut the first week of July, and all the nonprofit organizations would have received that funding. This year, the budget has been adopted. There is sufficient funding to cut those checks, but the authority to cut those checks is in the item that's on the representative town meeting warning. And so we won't be actually writing those checks until town meeting has approved that article. And if town meeting doesn't approve that article, we won't be writing the check. And that's just one example. There's about 6 or 8 different items that are like that representative town meeting's action will determine whether or not we proceed with the implementation of those items.
Why are we not collecting the public's vote on these?
Because by law, the decisions that get made by the select board are determined by the vote of the 5 select board members, and the decisions that are made by representative town meeting are based on the tallied results of the votes of the elected members of representative town meeting. And the public can participate in both forums, but doesn't have a vote to determine the outcome.
How can we change that so that we do count the public's vote?
That's a longer conversation that I think we should have some other time when we're not talking about the representative.
Do you want that to be on the next agenda meeting, on the agenda for the next meeting?
No, because that's such a complicated question. That's a huge conversation.
It's a really important question. I think we should answer.
Okay, thanks for your comment, Ricky. All the callers, I believe, are live or unmuted. So if any other caller would like to speak, just chime in now. Otherwise, we may put you back on mute so that we can continue. And I'll ask Gary Stroud to come in if you're able. Sorry, Patrick, I'm not giving you much time to push all your buttons. Thank you. Gary, are you still with us? I don't see, oh, yes, I do see Gary. Gary, I see are you able to speak? Going once. We can come back to you, Gary. Okay, just going through the chat a little bit. Board members, have at it.
Sure.
Just trying to move things along here.
Yeah. So usually when we're in this meeting, we sit on the kind of view active cameras option. And if you change it to the view everyone option with less than 100 people now, there was about 100 at the high point. Like, I think it's kind of instructive as to what it would look like to have, I mean, even 50 more people participate in this way. And we talked in the past that the ASL interpretation gets lost when the screens are this small. So that would be something that would need to be figured out. I'm not saying that it can't be done. I'm just saying that that's like one of the implications of having this many people on an online meeting. And I had that thought so long ago that I lost whatever the second thought was. For me, like, what I want to preserve is as much of the deliberative process as possible. And I think that even when articles, amendments fail, it's a rich experience that tells you what the kind of the temperature of town meeting is, and some of that stuff then informs what happens later in the year. When we had the school budget vote the other week, I thought it was kind of interesting to know how many people voted against the budget. If that had been a standing vote in the gym, it would have most likely, passed almost unanimously. And so as an Australian ballot, it may well be that some of these articles fail, or they, come very close to failing in a way that perhaps they wouldn't if we were all in the room together. And I don't want all of these articles to fail. Most of this work represents stuff that we've been, involved in earlier this year. But I want representative town meeting to have the power to talk about it and then make a decision that fits them. And when we're in representative town meeting, we're just one vote. You know, one vote amongst all of those. We don't have any special power. You know, and I want to preserve that. And I'm also like a really big believer that like people can adjust to new situations. So if we were to survey all of the town meeting members and find out which ones don't have access to things and which ones need training, we could do that. We really could. So that's me. And now I'm going to be.
Thanks, Daniel. Sorry, I don't keep track of who else had board members. Who else wanted to speak? Brandy, and then Ian. Oh, can't hear you. Oh no, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds okay? Okay. So
Yes.
I need a clarifier for myself and maybe the public. So no matter how we hold the meeting, whether it's Australian ballot, little pods, everybody online, everybody in the gym, at this point, there is no up or down or amending vote on any portion of the budget.
Other than the specifically warned components of the budget, that's true. The
Right, so
budget in toto has been adopted.
And I'm just going to speak really candidly. And so the budget that has been adopted that cannot be voted up or down or amended, regardless of how we gather, includes the police department budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ian.
Thank you, Brandy. That was a big part of what I was about to ask. Okay, so with that clarity, and I guess I'll just double check here. So there is none. So that is we understand that there's no research that can be done or anything like that based on all the knowledge we have right now from Bob and everything. There's no way that budget could be voted on in any way, up or down or amended by representative town meeting.
If you want to further pursue that, then we should bring Bob back into the conversation so that he can talk about legal interpretation.
You know what? I think let's get Bob on and let's just get like the very explicit answer so that we can have it in the record, which I think will be very helpful for the board and for the public.
Right. And if you can hear me, with what Peter answered, as far as there is no way for representative town meeting at this point, given that the board has adopted the budget, to go back, that is correct. So we're really talking about two, how we are going to deal with representative town meeting and acting on all of our articles. And then you have the separate issue with regard to the budget. The budget, whether we like that or not, that has already been adopted. As far as how we are going to try to balance public safety with public participation with representative town meeting, as Peter mentioned, that is a conclusion that our group has made in terms of this recommendation, but it is certainly up to the board to make the final determination of how we're going to do that. Just as people on this call or meeting, however you want to say it, all have to a large degree the technological capacity to participate. Some out there do not, and doing it on a scale, I think as you did, I can't remember if it was Tim or Daniel or Peter mentioned, doing it on a scale that's roughly twice the number of participants here makes it that much more problematic. Can it be done? Most likely, yes, we can overcome technological challenge, but we're trying to reach that happy medium between public safety and participation.
All right, follow-up question, just while I still have the floor, to Bob, while he's still here.
Okay.
Is there anything that the board could have done on the June 16th meeting to in any way change the determination that you just gave that representative town meeting can't vote on the budget because it's already been voted on by the select board?
Well, I think that the board could have not acted on the budget, but then you're in a position where for purposes of cash flow for the town moving into the new fiscal year, you're not going to have money coming in. So your ability to set, well, Peter, you have your hand up on that. So
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think that's a critically important point. We would have no authority to spend any money on July 1st without an adoption. It was not a cash flow issue. It was an authority to continue government services.
Let me to clarify my question. What I meant was, and I apologize, I should have clarified this. Was there any way that the select board could have passed the budget on June 16th and made any kind of amendment or anything like that to change this outcome that we currently sit in?
I don't see that because you have, as I mentioned earlier, you then have the competing interests of the select board acting pursuant to a statute passed this year to allow you to adopt the budget compared to or competing with our normal course of action of how representative town meeting adopts the budget. So you can't really have a hybrid or a mix of that. It's one or the other.
Thank you very much.
Daniel.
Yeah, I have a quick legal question before Bob goes. So in the warning, the original warning and in the proposed one, there are articles that say to ratify, approve, and confirm that speak to things that have already happened. Is it not possible that we could have an article to see if the body will ratify and approve and confirm the select board's decision to adopt the fiscal year 21 budget?
It
might not be wise, but is it possible?
I don't. Here's the thing: is let's say you had that, and then let's say that the representative town meeting does not ratify it. You've already taken a vote by the board where you've adopted it. So for those people who would be arguing that the budget was duly adopted by the select board pursuant to the statute, they would have a legal argument to that effect, and that would be competing against the board's attempt to try to give a voice to representative town meeting. So I think, again, the answer is, from a legal standpoint, no. You could, with regard to your warning, because the board has the ability to warn an article, even if it's an Australian ballot, you could have an advisory article that you tack on to the warning, but it would only be advisory at this point.
Thanks, Bob.
Can I just say something real quick, just for organizing? We've had some folks chiming in wanting to say something, but every time someone makes a comment in chat, not only are you not being recorded, and we have to keep everything out in the open for open meeting laws, but it makes it really confusing for me to understand who wants to talk. So if you could try to not have side comments, because we just can't address everything if you have a lot of side comments. I have Emily wanted to speak, I think is the next in line. I'm sorry, Liz, I didn't really go to you. Are you okay to let another public?
I'm fine. Let's hear Emily.
Yes. Thanks, Emily. Sorry.
No worries. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
All right. Thanks everybody for all your work on this. I want to keep it super short. Given that we're in a super abnormal situation with the pandemic, and there would for sure be very vigorous debate on the police budget, and there's a huge call and a deep need for racial justice reform in police budgeting and police practice, I just implore the select board to look deeper into this question of whether or not it's possible. I'm hearing a lot of it's not possible. There's a lot that's happened in the pandemic that wasn't possible before the pandemic. And I just implore the select board to look deeper into the question of how can the representative town meeting members participate in, get their due process in participating in the vote on the budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. David, I think it's Levenbach, wanted to say something if you're able.
Yep.
Hi, David. Are you there? David, I thought we heard you for a moment. We don't currently hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Might it be possible to add an item to the warning that says something to the effect of Representative Town Meeting commends the Select Board for its passage of the budget? Essentially, it's a vote of confidence or no confidence in the decision of the Select Board to approve that particular budget.
I would think
it would
something
be non-binding, but it would be an expression of sentiment.
RTM can always choose to add a non-binding voice vote at the end. Am I correct, Bob?
Yes, and that's what I was getting at with regard. If you're doing this by Australian ballot, you could have a ballot question that would be advisory at the end in the form of a vote of confidence or no confidence. But again, it would be advisory given the action that the board has taken already. I hope that answers that question.
That's what I would recommend.
Thanks, David. I think I will go to Jackson Stein. I got Oscar, Jackson Stein, Alex Fisher, but I think Oscar volunteered to go at the end. So Jackson, and Izzy after Jackson.
Would it be possible for me to speak in just a minute?
Sure.
Thanks so much. Just getting something.
No worries. Izzy, are you available?
Yes, I'm available. I just wanted to speak because earlier it was mentioned that the state, I think someone said the state legislature sort of changed their operation processes because of the challenges of meeting virtually. And my mom is a state legislator. I should clarify, I'm a Guilford resident, not a Brattleboro resident, but she's a state legislator. And I asked her about if they changed any of their processes, and they didn't. They still held all of their floor meetings over Zoom. They still had all of their committee meetings over Zoom. Sometimes things took a lot longer or were significantly more challenging, but they still did all of the full legislative processes that they usually did. And so I don't see a reason why technological, like why that should be used as a reason, as an example for sort of technological hurdles being a reason to change the process. They did vote at the beginning of the session, or at the beginning of the session post-COVID, to do voting virtually. So there are ways to do voting that weren't just the verbal like yays and nays that they usually do. But they still had, I just wanted to clarify that they still had normal House floor meetings virtually.
Thanks.
To contribute to the conversation.
Sorry. I hear that. I also want to point out that RTM is very unique in the way it operates. So it's definitely a different body, the way it flows, than anybody in the legislature. But I'm not discounting anything you said. I think a couple more people, and then I just want to do a check-in with the board. Far, I think you're up, and then maybe Jackson if he's ready.
Alex Fisher.
Oops. Thanks, board members. I didn't see. Oh, I see Alex now. So Far, are you ready, or? If not, Alex.
Great. Hi, everyone. Alex Fisher, District 2 town meeting rep, I think 3 years now. One piece I just want to add to the conversation is sort of around the accessibility and the ability to participate. There seems to be an assumption that everybody understands Robert's rules and that the way that town meeting operates currently is fully accessible to everyone that participates, which it is not. I love the tutorial that happens before town meeting, and every year it has helped me understand the process a little bit better. But the current way that our meetings are structured are also very inaccessible for a majority of participants who are not fully versed in Robert's rules. And so just adding that to the mix, that I think there's an assumption that the way that it already happens is fully accessible, and it's not. So switching to something that is also mostly but not fully accessible is still pretty on par with where we have been. Also, y'all are doing a great job, and thank you. That's all.
So, okay, Far says they will pass. Thank you. Elizabeth, one of our ASL interpreters, has said that they're having some technical difficulties. It's getting to the point where we need to take a break anyway, it looks like. I think we should probably do that now, and then we'll come back, and I won't forget that a couple more people wanted to speak, and then we'll try to move towards what we're going to do about this. How's that sound to everybody? Okay, 5 thumbs up, or 4 of them anyway. What do you think? Should we come back on 8:30?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Let's call this meeting back to order at 8:31. When we last left our intrepid band of select board and public, we were going to hear, I'm told that ASL has sort of solved their issue, and we might see them on the same screen together. We still had Jackson and Oscar to speak, and I believe that's where we were at. And then I would like to double check on phone folks, and then I would like to come back to the board and do a check-in. So Jackson, are you available? Hi.
Yeah, hi. I'm Jackson. I use they, them pronouns. I'm actually reading something for Frank. He can't talk right now, so this is a statement from Frank. My name is Frank Austin. I use he, him pronouns, and I live in downtown Brattleboro. I would like to request that there is a specific meeting held to address concerns around the public process. We are wanting to have a meeting dedicated to talking about how we can shift the process so that the public votes are counted, where representative town meeting votes aren't the only ones. For example, during an annual budget vote. And then he said that he will be following up with details about this request via email. I also just wanted to add briefly that the response that you gave to Ricky, where you told them that, well, this is a big problem, we don't want to address this, is really similar to during the budget vote, what you told the public after telling us that we couldn't comment anymore, where you said, this is a big problem, I don't think we have time to fix it, so instead of addressing it, I'm going to do nothing. Yeah, I yield my time.
Okay. I disagree that I said that, but that's okay. Anyway, Oscar, would you like to say something?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I have a question to start off with for Peter or Bob or whoever. Let's say this was a normal year. The select board made their budget, sent it to town meeting, and town meeting passed it. And that budget included $100,000 for a basketball court. And then later in the year, the select board got around to thinking about the basketball court, deciding to take action, and they decided they didn't really want to do it. Are they obligated to build a basketball court with that money, or could they just let it fall back into the general fund?
Peter?
Hey, Bob.
Bob's coming on, which is really great.
With regard to that scenario, the select board can expend or not expend the monies that are voted and authorized by town meeting. And just like at town meeting, if somebody made a motion to amend to reduce the budget by $20,000 to take out money for, dog life, well, that's a bad example, but for some item, the select board still would be able to expend that money. The check and balance on that is that folks might remember that that was taken out of the budget and not elect the select board the following year. So the check and balance there is in the voter process, less so with the authority of the board to expend the overall monies raised in the budget.
So it's fair to say that the select board has pretty broad authority to spend or not spend the money in the general fund. Like, could they spend money on not a basketball court, but a swimming pool that wasn't mentioned at all as a line item in the budget?
Generally, yes. Some of your examples tend to fall more into what could be bond votes, and there that are very different rules that apply. But for things which are not bonds, yes, the select board might be authorized to spend on items that are in a budget and choose for various reasons during the year not to do so.
And then what if, a library employee was fired during the year? The select board wouldn't be obligated to, spend their salary immediately on filling the position, right? That position could be left open for the rest of the year. Is that true?
Correct in general. The libraries are a little bit of a different creature, but yes,
okay.
But that's not the select board filling those positions. That falls to, because we have a town manager form of government, the town manager is the office in the town that hires and terminates employees.
Okay. It's probably pretty clear where I'm going with this at this point, but I think we're in a situation where it's pretty clear that the budget has been passed and that can't be changed because of the details of the statute. I also think it's clear that there's a lot of feeling in the public, among town meeting reps and even on the board, that it really sucks that RTM doesn't get to have any final say on the budget this year. So is there any reason, here's my proposal, such as it is, there must be some way to add an article to the town meeting vote where town meeting can say, we like this budget or we want changes made to it. The select board seems to have the authority. For example, if that town meeting vote, I think the way it would go is this: the town meeting would vote down this article if they dislike the budget in a serious way. The article that the select board would put on there would say, if this is voted down, we'll open a public process and make sure these concerns are heard and addressed. And then the select board could use their broad authority to say, hypothetically, this is something I'm still thinking about. I'm not having a position one way or the other, but if town meeting said, hey, we want to drastically cut the police budget, the select board would then commit in that article to using its broad authority to generally try to satisfy the wishes expressed in that public process in FY21. Other than it being cumbersome and annoying, is there a major legal roadblock to doing that?
I'm not sure, Oscar, that I understand your scenario, but I'm thinking it's more like the gentleman that was talking about it being a vote of confidence or no confidence with regard to the budget as an advisory article. Am I getting your proposal?
I am. It would, I think, have to be an advisory article. I don't see how it could be binding. But with the addition that the select board would commit to saying, if this budget is voted down, we will open a public process and we will do our best to stretch and tweak the existing budget to match what's expressed by that public process. It would be imperfect and, you know, inelegant, but that's the only tool I can think of to allow the public to have their say on this budget. Tim looks.
Well, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have control
Anyway,
over my
yeah,
face.
that's the end of
all
my
the time.
sentence.
It just occurred to me that, oh, never mind. Thank you, Oscar. Did you get satisfied a little bit, Oscar, with Bob?
I could take more of the legality of it, but
yeah.
But I could go for more of a response from the board.
Yeah, well, we're about to kick it back to us, I think.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, maybe a final answer on whether or not that's sort of obviously not legal, and then I'll go away.
Well, with regard to the board saying what the board would do, that is more of a decision and a pledge that the board would be making as compared to that being a binding part of a decision made at the representative town meeting by Australian ballot. So right. Again, it wouldn't have the binding effect, but the board can vote as to how it wishes to proceed with budget articles. It would, it is and will be, or it is already authorized, given that the budget has been adopted, to expend the money that's in the budget, absent, decisions that we'll make along the way with regard to items and things that come up. Sorry, I'm not more direct on it. That's what the board's going to have to do as it manages the town's policies going forward.
Okay, and I just want to say that I understand that it wouldn't be binding. It would just be a pledge if this happened. So I don't think we need to get too hung up on that technicality. It sounds like it would be possible in some general way for the board to use its flexibility to sort of strain the budget in certain ways if it wanted to. Okay, so the end. Goodbye.
Thanks, Oscar. Yeah, I mean, I think, okay, so if there's any callers, well, I don't even know if there's callers. I'm not paying attention.
I think you got them all.
Okay. Oh, Patrick is opening up the callers just in case there's a comment, but we really do need to move on. The one comment I was going to make is because Oscar was talking about the budget, I think what people are talking about is the budget vis-a-vis the police. And this board last meeting made a pledge, speaking of pledges, to speak about a police review process that's open and fair, and that's the very next order of business. So I'd love to move on, but I would go to the board now. Liz. We're not yet on police, by the way. We just need to wrap up this conversation on RTM.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to March. And we were like 10 days away from town meeting, and we were shut down. And let's face it, town meeting would have been a super spreader event. It would have been horrible. And I think that we're just forgetting what it was like just in March when, you know, everything shut down. We couldn't have town meeting. And we waited and tried the very best we could to have town meeting as we know it. You know, we were all prepared, and so forth, but we couldn't do it. We asked the legislature to give us special permission to pass the budget because we weren't going to have town meeting by July 1st. And they did so. They gave us this permission, special 1-year pandemic permission to pass the budget. So that was crisis number one. The second issue was that George Floyd was murdered. And the way that we, as a select board, addressed that was that we took the vote on the budget as the legislature allowed, and we all said that we wanted to have an examination of police policies. So we've got two competing things. We have COVID and we have George Floyd and examination of the police. And the legislature allowed us to behave this way. We know that it's curtailing democracy as Brattleboro understands it. We acted in good faith to take care of the budget and then to begin this reexamination process. And the answer to the question about the police budget starts now, because we will be beginning a process to examine the police. And that includes the budget, the select board annual process to begin the budget starts in the fall, goes through the process with each department, and then the select board acts, and then it goes to town meeting. And we're going to do that. We're just going to do it for next year. So I just think everybody has to live with that. I can live with it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm content to begin this examination of the police by the citizens of Brattleboro and have that be a sufficient oversight of the budget for Brattleboro's purposes at this time.
Thanks, Liz. Anyone wants to speak next? Board members? Ian?
Hey, everybody. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna synthesize pull myself in a little bit. Like a lot of stuff has been talked about. So I guess my first question is, have we talked at all about doing the pods, but doing it all online?
Yeah.
That's something I'm not sure whether, like, we've really, because we talked about doing the pods, but having them be in their own physical locations. And then that brought up the issue of people being in a physical place and that excluding people. But I don't know if we've actually talked about the idea of there being like multiple go-to meetings and those having less people in them, but then using the same structure as if we had the pods in a physical format. And I'm bringing that question to Peter.
Yeah, we can look at that question if the board wants us to, but I believe the answer to that is going to be if it's multiple different go-to-meetings, they can't be integrated. That's the reason we were looking to do the pods of gatherings connected on a go-to-meeting, was so that the go-to-meeting piece of it would be manageable in its scale. I think that if you continue to believe that the pods are unacceptable, then the alternative is to do a full-on go-to-meeting format rather than multiple go-to-meeting segments.
Okay, so then I guess that leads to the next question, which came up from the public and I think is a reasonable question. Can we ask RTM representatives what their technical ability is? Is that something that we have the ability to do in a reasonable amount of time that doesn't violate any open meeting law or anything like that?
We can give that direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is possible if the board would like us to move in that direction. I'm looking to Bob to make sure I get a nod that we don't have an open meetings issue.
Right, that issue would be solely a question of, do people have the technology with which to have a meeting? You're not actually having a meeting by asking that question of your representative.
Because I think we've heard this discussion a number of times now, and I would remind the public too, like, this is not the only time we've talked about this. We've talked about it a couple of times and at the select board, but it's kind of an assumption. We're making an assumption that there are a number of people that are in representative town meeting that can't access it electronically. And so there would be people who would not be able to vote and participate. If we can get the numbers before we make a decision, I don't see, and it not taking an extremely long amount of time that delays it. I don't know why we wouldn't get that data before we would make a decision that will, as we all have agreed upon, really neuter the representative town meeting and its ability to add amendments and have active discussion beyond an earlier meeting that the amendments can't be added. So I guess, like, I'm putting this to the board that I would say, if we can go to the representative town meeting reps, ask them all that question and get some real numbers, that would make me feel a lot more confident in making a decision based on the memorandum that we were presented today and on the one that was given to us on May 29th, which had those other ideas as well. And then I think the last thing before I end my time on speaking is I guess I would, I'd like Bob to give us a legal memorandum on the budget vote and the fact that as we understand it right now, representative town meeting can't vote on it in any capacity beyond a non-binding approval. Because I think I trust Bob, I respect him a lot, but I'd like to really read and see all, like, what we're talking about here.
Yeah. And I'm happy to do that, and I can get that to the board this next week. It's primarily citing to the statute or the temporary statute for this year that allowed the select board to adopt budgets when the board has not been able to hold a regular town meeting. So that statute answers your question with regard to the authority, but I'm happy to put that into a memo and get that to you.
Yeah, I think I just like having it in a hard document.
Very lawyerly.
That's it for me right now.
Daniel.
I just want to say I'm in total agreement with Ian on both those points. And I would like to see in that legal opinion, I asked a question about, could there be an article ratifying the board's decision? And I think what I heard is, yeah, kind of, but I want to see something definitive on that, like yes or no. Like, is this legally possible? And then I guess after that, is it wise as, town government? And we could decide how we felt about that. But at least I want to hear if it's legally possible.
Brandy?
Oh, I'm just agreeing with Ian and Daniel. Sorry. Just nodding along, agreeing.
I'll just make one comment. I mean, I feel what you're saying there, Ian, about sort of the polling of the members. That's what you were talking about at first, right? But I don't see. I mean, I want to have that information too, to be frank. But I don't see any scenario where someone won't be cut out of the process. It might only be 2 members. It might only be, as opposed to 30 members.
But that can always be true. You know, that can always be true.
Right. There are a number of reasons why people can't participate fully at town meeting in normal times.
You know,
like what are you thinking of, Daniel?
Time of day, length, ability to sit in a chair
I mean,
for 14 hours.
The current existing RTM members have all signed up, and they've hopefully arranged their lives so that they can volunteer for those periods of time. So we have to keep it within that context, I think, if we're having a sensible discussion of apples to apples. So what I'm talking about is,
like last year, I had to leave the meeting because while I signed up for full days, last year we went for 13 hours and I ended up having to leave before the end because I was ready for 8 to 10 hours, but my childcare wasn't ready for 13.
Gotcha. I think what I'm trying to lead to is that Lauren Christ's job is that everybody able to be present in that space, whether it's virtual or whether it's physical together. His job is to make sure everybody's voice gets heard and everybody has a part in the process. I don't see how that can happen virtually to the extent that it can happen with the current plan presented to us by staff. Now, the trade-off to me is that there is a reduction in the overall democracy. So it's like, which disenfranchisement are you choosing? I don't think there is a perfect solution to this question. But it's starting to feel to me that we at least need some more info to be making that decision. Does everybody have that feeling? I mean, as much as I'm a big fan of taking votes, etc., it feels like we're coming to a consensus on some instructions to staff.
I mean, I feel like we need more information. I also feel kind of cynical about the fact that even if we get all the information in the world, what we're still saying is that people can't vote on the thing that we all know people are fired up about. And so I'm kind of struggling there with, it's like, do we go, on one hand, I'm ready to go to bat to say we need more information, we need these surveys, we need this. And then on the other hand, I'm like, at the end of the day, if we get all of that, aren't we still saying that people can't go to bat on the thing that they're fired up about? I guess I'm kind of stuck in there. I'm stuck on how I feel in there.
Brandy,
well, we can poll actual RTM members. Daniel?
But we can't poll them about that question because that would be a problem, right? You know, we can poll them about, like, do you have access to a computer and decent internet or a phone or what have you? I just wanted to kind of bring in this one other piece as well. So, like, I think that good facilitation skills make that meeting possible, but I think that the voting part of it is going to be really hard to manage. So, like, if we had a full discussion where RTM members could make amendments, we're then going to need to have a roll call vote or some kind of, you know, it's hard to do a standing voice vote on, you know, this platform. I guess you could do something that approximates that. But, you know, so Izzy spoke about the legislature's kind of continued committee work and, you know, floor time, but they did have, you know, an electronic voting system that was different, and, you know, I'm sure it wasn't free. And I know that Peter and I have kind of talked about this in the past. And so I just wonder, like, what would voting look like if we did a full online, as expansive as possible town meeting? And I'm not saying I have the answer, but I would like that to be considered more carefully.
All right. Well, I think we need to give some clear direction to staff and to move on to a really important conversation. Do I have some agreement? So it's 9 p.m. What, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to summarize the comments that just got made about additional information you need, because I think that may get you to a finish line for this moment, knowing that you're not at the finish line of making this decision. But what I heard is you want further legal advice and more formal legal advice from Bob regarding both the authority to adopt the budget and the degree to which it being different this year makes that a finished action of the town, and a specific follow-up to that that speaks to sort of the general lingering question of what role RTM might play, either as advisory or otherwise, is whether a ratification type language might be possible. So Bob would prepare a legal document, a legal opinion that he would submit to the board that would address in the first instance the impact of the special act of the legislature this year and how that led to what we've done, and whether or not that is clearly the finished act of the town this year under these special laws and special circumstances, with a specific part of that secondary advice being the question of ratification. Why is it different? If it is, why is it different from the articles that are labeled as that fuller language, the ratify, approve, and confirm? Is that right so far for what you were looking for from Bob?
Yep. How about Brandy? Are you nodding?
Yes, I mean, I think that sounds right.
Okay, and then you'd like us to poll the members of representative town meeting to hear their representation for themselves of their access to and ability to use the equipment necessary to connect to a digital representative town meeting.
I think also the willingness, you know, so not only do they have it, but would they be willing to attend a town meeting that's potentially as long as last year's and do that online? Like, I would like to have breaks within the middle of the day, because, you know, even sitting in the chair for this length of meeting is rough.
Okay.
We would want to add to that questionnaire whether people will be willing to attend in person less than the full body, like the pods, to see what the numbers are, if we're asking the questions anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's wise. The pods seemed like the best way forward until we thought people just wouldn't show up for that. So,
and we're just assuming
that is good.
Right.
I have confidence that town staff has been talking to a few people.
Fair. Okay, you're right. I appreciate that, Tim.
But we're just going to ask to be sure.
So the response rate to this is going to partially determine whether this is ready for you to review further on July 21st, or whether it takes us even longer than that to get to a point where you're ready to make a decision. But we'll get this out as quickly as we can, and we'll ask for it to be turned around in just a couple of days, so we receive the answers next week and are in a position to provide that advice to you in preparation for July 21st. But that, you know, Bob's piece is an easy lift. He'll provide that to you. We will do some immediate research about the online voting system that the legislature used, so we better understand what that is and how it worked and what it cost. That's an easy lift. We can get that information. We can provide that to you. The piece of this that involves surveying 150 members of town meeting may come back quickly and with enough information to be useful to you, or may delay your decision making on this, but we'll pursue all three of those things right away. And it's my understanding from your discussion this evening that that's what you need to be able to determine how you want to proceed forward. If there's anything else you need from staff, please tell us now so we collect that as well.
I have a question for the board, if we want to ask for this or not. Would we like to have the minutes from the last two meetings, anything whether the budget was going to be approved by the representative town meeting or not, that discussion summarized and put into a memorandum for the next meeting?
I don't think that's a bad idea, considering how strange of times we're in and the things that are at stake currently.
Well, and I find, Daniel, I find your situation really concerning, that you thought one thing and it ended up not being true.
I actually thought the same thing.
So I'd like to know why you had that impression, and if we could get something to show that, or not.
Yeah, I mean, the minutes are great, and you can watch BCTV. You can just go and sit down and watch it for 4 hours, and you can see it. Like, the minutes are what we said without all of the little bits that I inevitably, throw in there. Jan makes us sound better than we do. No, that's not right. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, the minutes are not verbatim. Yeah, I really thought that my understanding was, there was the possibility for further ratification. I didn't necessarily think it would be exactly like it usually is, but my understanding was ratification was still possible at that point.
I thought the same thing. I didn't think there was debate or amendments, but I thought there was ratification up or down.
And the way Daniel phrased it is certainly, I think we all thought there was a possibility, but my recollection is that we hope, but we don't know yet, because we don't know the outcome of RTM decisions and possibilities. So what I'm left with is that I thought we were all very clear on that was still an unknown, something we all hoped for, ratification idea, that is. And I remember you, Daniel, I don't mean to call you out, but what I was left with at that meeting was your declaration that you really wanted the board to make a clear commitment to our next agenda item, and that was your big decision-making moment. That's
Absolutely.
what I remember.
So let me just be super clear for everybody involved, board and public. I adopted the budget knowingly and intending to continue town operations. That was why I voted the way I did, and I wanted us to commit to a long-term process looking at policing in Brattleboro. And what I also kind of, expected to be possible, maybe not with 100% certainty, but with some amount of certainty, that we were not the last word, that town meeting, as has been the case since town meeting existed, would have a role to play. And it seems...
No, don't let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. I should have waited.
No, I'm being deferential.
Please don't.
It seems that, that feels different today than how it felt when we last met.
May I please speak to that? I know the hour is late. I know this isn't square on the guidance you need to give, so we can move on to that next item, but I have to own the responsibility for what you just described, Daniel. I think both of you are exactly correct. I think that we had an air of uncertainty. We didn't know for sure, what exactly how this RTM thing was going to evolve. We were still working on trying to develop a plan. We didn't have definitive legal advice on the question of ratification of the budget. So that was still a question, but I spoke multiple times during your consideration, particularly on the 2nd. I don't remember participating very much in your discussion on the 16th about this particular aspect of it, about the ratification aspect of it, but I could be wrong, and it's certainly there on the BCTV. But I know that I myself didn't know for sure, and talked about it in the context of understanding that it would be consistent with our values and normal processes. I remember vividly advising you, I advised the legislators when they were considering the special act, that it would be a normal sort of thing in Brattleboro for the select board to want that ratification type process to occur at representative town meeting. But I couldn't speak for you as to how that process would actually go forward. But that would be a normal sort of thing in terms of the democratic processes in Brattleboro. What evolved out of this, as we got ourselves ready to bring you the specific recommendation this evening, or for this evening, we sent it to you last week, in between what happened was, we confirmed a lot of things that were not known with certainty at the time that you had your last communication. That was 3 weeks ago. And one of those things was what Bob has represented to you tonight, where it became unequivocally clear to us from his legal advice that the budget matter was a action. So I think you're both right. I don't think we had certainty. I think we were clear that we didn't have certainty, but we spoke about it in the context of thinking that would be an appropriate thing to do.
Okay, Liz?
And I understood that the legislature action allowed us to vote on the budget, and whatever processes would occur at town meeting could only be advisory at best. Because the legislature gave this power in this one instance to the select board for the budget this year.
Yep. Okay, I am going to honor our public's ability to speak and just ask one last comment from Gary Stroud, who would like to say something. I think he might be on the phone though. Sorry, Patrick, you might have to open up the phones. That's what his note says. And then we are moving on because we have some clear direction.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ah, good, good. As you can see, I've been trying to navigate through this go-to meeting, and several times I've been kicked out and then updating and all that. And I've been listening to you on the laptop, on the TV, so I've been multitasking, trying to hear everything. I was just going to ask, basically considering other platforms. I've had used Zoom. We spoke in the past. You mentioned that you're not too, I guess, happy about using Zoom. Tim, you mentioned before because of privacy issues. I guess we mentioned that before. You and I had this conversation a while back, this dialogue, because of the COVID-19 and how we would, go about doing this. And as you can see with the go-to meeting, let alone people trying to navigate and those who don't have that ability to do this, is there other avenues that you're looking at other than just go-to? Because I mean, even the best computers, I can see people having issues right now. Even speaking, it's freezing up, they're getting kicked. This has been ongoing, and I wasn't able to talk when I was going to have my interview with Mary. My picture came up, so I was just going to talk to, guess, you and Patrick and this to see maybe is there any other, which I'm sure there is. I've done computer work before, other platforms other than this, and I was maybe considering down the line, who knows, things might start opening up more before August, and then we can look at other avenues other than just doing it on here, because public participation, you get a bunch of people on here, this thing is going to freeze up.
Well, that's sort of the problem. I mean, there are other avenues, Gary, but everything's on the table, but every single avenue that involves electronics has its pitfalls. So
yes, it does, sir.
That's part of the conversation. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Everything clear, Peter? I'm personally, I'm going to have to go back and watch what all that was so that I understand what just happened with the direction that we gave you. It was quite a bit of items, but if you're feeling pretty good about it,
I'm feeling clear. There's 3 deliverables, 2 of which we control. And the third one will move as quickly as we can. It's going to depend on the responses we get back from the RTM members.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
We move on to new business. And this is our police review process. I'm putting a little emphasis on the word process because this is not the moment where we're going to review our police force or its budget or its procedures, but we're going to talk about a good, fair, equitable, community-based conversation about moving forward before November, which is when we consider the overall budget. And 3 of us agreed that this was a good way to move forward. Well, probably all of us agreed that it was a good way to move forward. And I think the best thing to do, the person I became aware of working hard on it right out of the gate was Liz. So I think it is fair to let her have the floor for the first document presentation. My brain is dissolving, but Liz, does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I propose, based on the comments made when we all voted on June 16th, is a citizen-led committee to review the police department's policies, practices, training, and budget. I don't know what a person of color experiences in interactions with the Brattleboro Police Department. I welcome this examination because Black Lives Matter in Brattleboro. One might be tempted to say in Brattleboro that, oh, that can't happen here. I'm talking about George Floyd's murder and other occasions. But others might have quite a different experience, and I don't want to guess or assume. I want to find out. I'm asking my fellow citizens to volunteer to form this examination committee. Attached to the memo that was in the package was a page from the Campaign Zero Solutions website. I encourage reading of this plan. I think it's a very thorough set of criteria to work from. And the website for that is, oh, I can put it in the chat later, but it is in the package. The goal of this study is for citizens to review the policies, training, procedures, and budget of the current Brattleboro Police Department through a public examination process. A goal, an overall overriding goal, is that, you know, we stated in our marketing materials that we welcome all. This welcome must include persons of color in particular, both as visitors and as residents. And through this process, it's my hope and trust that we'll establish that this welcome is shared by the Brattleboro Police Department and that our town government can be a reflection of our town values. This proposal has 8 points. I'll go through them as quickly as I can. The Select Board would ask for volunteers to serve as facilitators to engage the public in discussions and examine the police department. Facilitators would be selected at a public Select Board meeting. This facilitator team will outreach to persons currently engaged in equity and justice matters to raise interest in participating in the examination. And the result will be an open call for the public to volunteer to join this committee. And the committee would be led by facilitators to assure that the engagement and discussion is non-confrontational. This facilitator team would also, and the committee would meet with the police chief to discuss police engagement in this process and to review and understand the current police policies and to provide a background of understanding to what the Campaign Zero Solutions or other similar criteria are all about. The committee would meet as necessary. A meeting to establish common vocabulary based on Campaign Zero or similar criteria would be held. Initial discussions to make sure all parties understand the goal is to review the policies, practices, training, and budget. Listening sessions would be held by the committee for additional public input, including people who do not wish to engage with the police. Meetings can be held without the police present. All meetings are open to this, are subject to the open meeting law. The facilitated committee would conduct an independent review of the police department practices, training, and budget. A policy team may be convened to draft policy statements. A training team may be convened to develop training courses based upon this work. Most importantly, I think, is the nonprofit conversations. The committee would hold sessions with the nonprofits who currently work with the Brattleboro Police Department on Project CARE to discuss potential expansion of this collaboration into other areas of policing besides opioid use, and to hear their perspective on police practices. What might these agencies do with more money? What tasks currently performed by the police department might be undertaken either in partnership with social services or only by social services? Can restorative justice programs be expanded? This effort will focus on measures to reduce the number of people who are introduced to the criminal justice system through the Brattleboro Police Department. These groups from Project CARE include Groundworks, HCRS Turning Point, but Youth Services, the Women's Freedom Center, Brattleboro Community Justice Center, and DCF, and other groups would be welcome and appropriate. Ultimately, the committee would report to the Select Board and the public. The committee would report its findings to the Select Board and the public. All new initiatives would be reviewed for compliance with newly adopted state and federal laws. Discussions on police policies, training, procedures, and budget will be examined. Timing would be suggested in terms of short-term or long-term initiatives. The town would act on recommendations in a public forum. Implementation of new policies, operations, and/or budget decisions would be determined by the Select Board, the town manager, and the police department. Changes to the budget, increased funding to restorative justice, and/or nonprofit social service agencies will be determined by the Select Board and representative town meeting. Thank you. I welcome your comments.
Thank you, Liz. I want to just read the board's pleasure here. HB is going to be presenting another document. Do you want to plow right into that, or do you want to discuss Liz's document? How would you like to approach it?
I would like
Catch you
to
off guard.
hear the proposal that HB is bringing, just because I'm sure most members of the public that are either participating in this meeting or watching online haven't spent hours reading this material over the weekend, so it's maybe the first time, and it would be good to see them next to each other.
Great. I was hoping you'd say that, but I think that's the great way to do it. And I want to let HB come in to present something that I shouldn't. So that it's definitely a group effort, and they'll tell us about that. I do want to also call out that in a pretty strong organizing effort, at least it looks to me about 150 individuals and 15 organizations have signed on to the document that HB is going to present.
Should I wait for Brandy to come back?
Maybe. She didn't.
She said she's going to the restroom. Okay.
Yeah. Would you like me to fill the time, or?
I don't know. Yes, do some vamping. I don't know what we usually do. I'd like to. Yeah, would like Brandy to be here as well.
Yeah. Jokes, please, says Oscar. No, I don't. I've got nothing at this hour. Maybe we'll just
reading to your kids.
let Janet take her hands down for a moment and rest. There's Brandy.
Great. Cool. Thanks. So, hey, I'm HB Lozito. I spoke earlier. I'm also the executive director of Out in the Open, which I did not mention before, and I'm a District 2 town meeting rep. So yeah, Tim, what you mentioned, we got about 150 individual sign-ons in support of this proposal from Brattleboro area residents, as well as 14 organizational signers since we first submitted last week. And actually, creation of this proposal was a really amazing collective community process across very many organizations and individuals. So as a group, we'd like to create space for those who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color who contributed to crafting this proposal to speak to it first. So Amber Arnold from Susu Healing Collective, then Sheila Linton from The Root, if Sheila has more to say following on Amber's comments, and then Wichi R2. Then I'd like to speak coming back to our collective proposal as follow-up, and then additionally Shay after that. So we've got a collective process here and want to bring all of our voices, and certainly that is not everyone. This was created by many more people than those folks. So I'd like to turn it over to Amber.
Okay. Amber, are you with us? Hi.
Hello, I'm Amber. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to start by saying that for me, I felt a little bit triggered during this conversation, and I've never been a part of like a select board situation. I don't think I'm familiar with many of you. I think I saw Peter speaking at like the MLK Day thing. So I am interested to see, based on your statements about equity and the work that, you're planning to do in Brattleboro, the way that you all are planning to handle these conversations. I just also, so for our proposal, one of the things I wanted to just also name that I'm noticing is that from the previous proposal, I noticed the thing about like volunteer facilitators, and that definitely, like, as I can see in this situation where we have, select board members who I'm assuming are mostly white, if you are having facilitators that are volunteers, you're not actually going to have people of color or the voices who are actually impacted by police brutality or the things that we're talking about, because that doesn't create an equitable space for those people to like contribute in a way that's not harmful. And also the majority of the nonprofits that were named, or all of them to my understanding, are all white-led organizations. So all of those voices are not people of color or people who are going to be able to speak in a way from experience on the things that we're talking about, as well as, like HCRS and some of these other organizations where in, many places in America, we have the school to prison pipeline. In Vermont, we have the school to mental health pipeline, where we funnel a lot of children into mental health institutions, which have a very similar history as the slave catchers, or what we're calling the police system. So, and I also just wanted to name that, like I had read Tim's column in the Reformer about, like our relationship with the police department and crediting them and like the few complaints that we've had in the last few years. And I think it's also really important to name that a lot of times, a lot of people don't feel safe actually complaining, because a lot of times their complaints have led to violence, have led to silencing, have led to action not being done, and have put them in really harmful and not safe positions. So I don't think that's a fair way to actually look at, the way that the policing has shown up in our community. Like in February, we have Sean, who was a police officer in Brattleboro, who killed himself, and he was arrested for domestic violence and criminal threatening. And last month we had Chad Emery, who is one of our Brattleboro cops, who was arrested for drunk driving and severe domestic violence and woman abuse. And then we also have Joshua Russ, who was a corrections officer from Brattleboro who sexually assaulted one of the inmates in prison. And these are just a few examples of people that have actually been, you know, like legally, we've seen things about them, but these instances happen a lot. And so for our proposal, something that's really important is looking at like, what are we funding and how is this contributing to like the liberation and health and safety of our community? Because if we're funding a system that's perpetuating violence, that's perpetuating racism, where we have, you know, police officers and people on our force who are experiencing extreme levels of trauma, and those are the people that we are supposed to trust, you know, to take care of our children, to take care of our babies, to protect Black and brown people, and they are, you know, not even able to take care of themselves, or they're harming people. That doesn't seem like a great place for us to be, you know, funneling all of our resources when it comes to thinking about the way that we're like trying to create a community that is safe, that is transformative, that does have space for people to experience safety and feel like their voice is heard, and like that they can call somebody who can actually help them and help them move through a process. So our proposal that we've created, and there's some other people who will speak more about this, has, you know, really looking at a process that where the meetings are open and they're accessible and they're, you know, like there's the ability to have public participation, and there's spaces where we're doing that. So that creates, in a way that creates safety. There's like childcare, so people who have children are able to show up, and there's like, you know, at times that are not times where parents wouldn't be able to show up. There's opportunities for the public to have feedback without police being present, so that some people who have been harmed by our police can have like the safety to actually speak to their experiences. And a way to process and collect our community members' experience with the police without their needs being said, so that they don't have to worry about retribution of the police, which is a huge reason of why a lot of people don't share their experiences of things that have happened in our community. And one of the biggest parts is that we're hoping that we can create a process that, you know, like invites people from marginalized communities, Black people, queer people, trans people, people who are often harmed by police, into these conversations, because right now it seems like there's a lot of, you know, white cisgendered people that are, you know, giving their opinions about police brutality and how that affects them or what that looks like, or their opinions. But it would be really nice to have the people who are actually impacted by these systems, you know, their voices being heard, and people of color who have experience and who work in, you know, transformative and restorative practices that actually are part of creating this type of community that, you know, really looks at transforming trauma and working on a collective level in our community. And in our proposal, we name, you know, some of those organizations that do that, like the Root Social Justice Center, which is a POC-led organization, the Susu Healing Collective, which is also a POC-led organization, Out in the Open, which is a queer and trans and non-binary led organization, and many other organizations that we have listed on here that represent the voices that need to be heard, that are not being heard or seen in these moments. And I'm going to pass it to the next person.
Thanks, Amber. HB, are you, do you have a list in front of you? I didn't catch it the last time.
Yeah, Sheila, if Sheila's on and wants to follow on anything that Amber said, and then after these three folks talk, I'll follow up as well. So Sheila, if you're on and there's anything that you wanted to add, go for it.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, thank you, HB, and thank you, Amber. That was really, really great. And Amber really summed it up for us. But what I'm going to say is just to add, is basically our proposal that we're talking about is not about us without us. We've been having a lot of conversations, the conversation before this around, let me introduce myself. Sheila Linton, District 2, Program Director of the Root Social Justice Center. So we've been having a lot of conversations. I've been on here like most people for over 3 hours now listening to the conversations. And we had a conversation earlier about the RTMs. And it was a very simple question that was asked there was, why not ask the actual most impacted people, which are the RTMs, to have voice in the decisions that are impacting them the most? And I guess I would just say that that conversation carries over to this conversation and should carry over into all conversations that the select board is having. That really sums it up is not about us without us. That if we are those who are the most impacted people, who are part of those, part of the discussions of which we're having, we should be at the table. We should be put in positions of leadership and power and decision making, and that is not necessarily happening. So our proposal is really centering those people, and those people are the Black and Indigenous people, those people, the most marginalized people who are experiencing the most experiences with the police. And so we're really asking for those who are impacted to be at the table. We're also in that proposal really asking for transparency, and that a lot of things go on behind closed doors. And I can attest to myself, my own personal experiences. I'm born and raised in this community. I've lived here all of my life. I've raised children and raising grandchildren, and I have many personal experiences with the police. And unfortunately, many of them are horrible. Some are bad. And I can maybe count one time that an officer unlocked me from my car. So I can attest that there are stories such as my own, as well as dozens and dozens of other people who have been silenced and who have brought complaints, but nothing has been done. And so I agree with Amber that we have to have a more transparent process, and our proposal offers that we are not going to keep within the system to think that something else is going to come out of that system. I also just wanted to say something about what Liz was saying about her proposal, and to go on with Amber, what Amber said about volunteer facilitators, and about who can be at the table. I often see that frontline communities, most impacted people of color, are the most taxed and tokenized and then disregarded after they've been used for their time, energy, knowledge, or whatever. And I don't understand why we wouldn't be paying somebody to facilitate something so important, and why we think that their time isn't worthy, and why we are not able to create a budget that really values our community and the people in it. And the last thing I just want to say is that that a lot of the conversations, because we are in a predominantly white community, working with I think a still all white or mostly white government, including this body, that intentionally or unintentionally, we are in a culture of white supremacy and the way we operate and the decisions we make and how we make them. And it is white centered, and it has a white presence, and it equals whiteness doing the same thing as always. And so I'm really asking, as a person who's been here, as a person who has been an elected official, as a person who is in this community, that this is not something that we as organizations or individuals are asking for you to do alone, but we are coming together, as HB was mentioning, as a collective, as a coalition of community people who really care about this. And we are not saying to the select board or saying to police that this is for you to do on your own. We are saying that the answers actually lie within your community, and we're asking for the platform to have a voice to be there to make those decisions. So I thank everybody for being on the call tonight, and I'll pass my time.
Thanks, Sheila. HB, do you think?
Yeah.
Do you want to summarize your document? Did we do that
Sure.
yet?
We didn't do that yet. I can do that. And then, yeah, thanks for that, Compastuici. So I will read. This was a group effort. A lot of folks work went into this. So dated July 7th, as a group of Brattleboro town and area residents involved in diverse and collective movements for liberation and social justice, we've come together to ask that the process by which the Select Board looks at police and policing in Brattleboro is transparent, inclusive, equitable, accountable, and just. We believe in an open process that invites in the wealth of knowledge and life experiences that our community holds about police, social services, racism, oppression, and alternatives to punishment and violence. We are working towards a community that is free of white supremacy in all of its manifestations. Together, you have a real opportunity to use the power you hold to move this conversation, which the Select Board has been part of for many years, as you all know, forward in tangible ways that benefit all of us. We ask that you make these commitments to your community about this process. We have some specific recommendations. We ask that you commit to an open, accessible, and affirmative process that truly investigates the role of police and policing in Brattleboro. An open and accessible affirmative process would include meetings that are open, accessible, and that affirmatively engage public participation whenever possible, virtual options for participation during the pandemic and beyond, childcare provided for participants, interpretation and translation, thank you, Janet and Elizabeth and others, opportunities for public feedback without police present, a forum and process to collect community members' experiences with police and policing anonymously without fear of retribution by police or the state, prioritizing holding any in-person meetings in spaces where people of color have built trust, comfort, and power, meetings happening at times that are accessible to the majority of people, in-person meetings held without the presence of weapons. While all people have a stake in ending white supremacy and oppressive carceral systems, this process must uplift the voices of those in our community most impacted by these systems. We ask that you commit to inviting in the wisdom of marginalized communities who are already doing this work focused on social justice, healing, and liberation, such as The Root, Susu Healing Collective, Out in the Open, the Hive Mutual Support Network, Family United, Green Mountain Self-Advocates, Brattleboro Solidarity, Lost River Racial Justice, as well as others organizing around liberation. Uplifting these voices means giving people from these organizations, communities, and experiences leadership and power in this process, and ensuring that their invaluable perspectives and lived experiences will be respected and honored, not tokenized or disregarded. We ask that you commit to a process that is equitable, accountable, and collaborative, not extractive. That means we ask that you engage a page facilitator or facilitation team, as a couple of folks have mentioned, that is both not part of the Citizen Police Communication Committee or the police or the Select Board to ensure accountability, and that it's someone's primary role to keep this process moving forward. And additionally, in order to honor the time and labor of marginalized people, who again must be included in any authentic process regarding this issue in our community, we ask that you pay participants from impacted communities a stipend for their time and labor and wisdom. And then we finish by iterating what Sheila was just iterating of, there are folks who are here to support this process. The 150 people who have signed on below and many more in this community. So that is our proposal as submitted. I'd like to turn it over to Wichi and Shay as two additional folks to speak to this proposal, if that's possible. I think you're on mute, Tim.
Hi.
I did it. Go ahead, Wichi.
Oh, thanks, Tim.
Never mind what I said on mute.
Okay, all right. So hi, my name is Wichi Arto. I am a resident of Brattleboro, a member of the Racial Justice Organizing Leadership Group, a member of the BIPOC Caucus in Brattleboro, and a member of the State Racial Equity Task Force. So I come here in more of an explicit support for the proposal as detailed by HB. Very much in comparison to the proposal as stated by Liz. And I'll state several reasons. I think first, right off the bat is sort of the scope of the proposal, and in Liz's proposals, a lot of what we see is like very centered on we should do police training, we need to do this with police, and very focused on police and not really focus on the more holistic sense of community safety. And what does community safety look like? And I understand there's some other points that touch upon that subject, but that's never really explicitly named, and sort of questions my trust in the scope and approach of that proposal. Furthermore, and I think one of the most important parts here is sort of what resources we're allocating to be able to accomplish this. When we talk about establishing a public committee, first of all, in that proposal, we were talking about having one that's like, first of all, volunteered, and second of all, like chosen by the select board. That already, that's sort of like conflict of interest number one. Of like the select board, a select few, literally 5 people are choosing the people who make the recommendations for a whole entire town of what community safety looks like. And not to mention like what that means for biases happening. And I also think I have spent a lot of years doing social justice work, and I can tell you there is a big difference between having volunteers who like want to do this work and having people whose job it is, who have been trained, who are educated, and being able to facilitate an independent process that can help bring about systemic change in a holistic sense. This is paid work. This is not volunteer work. This is not, hey, Joe from the street, come up and join our committee. This is a serious look on how we systematize the safety in this community, and we need to take it very seriously. Furthermore, when we consider resources, when we consider creating a committee, we got to remember how much of an emotional work this is. Something that will always stick with me is a saying that someone said to me, and it was like, not only do I have to be like, ow, you stepped on my foot, but now I have to explain to you, take the time, take the energy, swallow up that pain, and tell you why that hurts. And then are you going to force me to sit in front of the police chief to tell them why they did this to me? So it's like, we need to set up a system that's independent, that doesn't have the conflict of interest, and it's actually valued. And also protects the like anonymity. Like, this is like what Amber was saying is serious. Police do retaliate, and they have, and that has definitely been my experience. And in fact, it's the reason why I've left a town before. So we need to take this really seriously. Another point that I want to come across is that we want to learn lessons from what happened in the forum from a few weeks ago. It was really obvious that there were not a lot of visible BIPOC folks there, and there was not another way to be able to have it be accessible. So it sort of like ended up, for example, me being the only BIPOC, visibly BIPOC person up there actually saying anything, and all of a sudden I represent the whole BIPOC community. So it's like, we got to make sure that accessibility is always a key, and that we always think about how do we make things as most accessible as possible. And as we think about accessibility, we have to think about safety, and what does safety mean? One thing that really came up that I think will stick with me for a very long time is literally the chief of police was asked, can you put down this gun to talk about the safety in our community? We're literally just asking you to do a symbolic take on this, especially we've literally just been told that community members have been killed by police. Can you just put your gun down? That's it. That's all we're asking. There are other police here. Other police have guns. Just you put your gun down. Tell us that you're with us. That didn't happen. In fact, we were told that it was the tool of trade. We were told that the tool of trade of policemen was a killing device, a maiming device. So when we think about accessibility, we need to think about, how are we placing our our community members, our most vulnerable community members in this vulnerable position, and being able to provide a safety mechanism for them so there is not something that goes back to them or they're not further traumatized. I also think it's important. It was like in Liz's proposal, there were like some organizations named, and of course, like I was, very happy about them. I've seen a lot of the organizations work, and I was really happy with it. But there were also like, where are the BIPOC organizations? Where are the other minority organizations? They were not there. They were not in the proposal. So again, speaks to that bias of like, if we're really thinking about who's going to be selecting the public committee, we got to really think about those biases that exist, whether you want to admit them or not. I also think it's important to learn from our history, right? We've seen, let's do some training. We've seen that over and over and over and over and over and over. We've seen it for so many years, and we're still here. Let's really, really think about not just about training. Let's really think about what safety means and how to really grapple with the fact that the function of the police is to maim and kill. That is their tool of trade. We really have to grapple with that, and that's not going to take just some training. And it's not going to, and even if training was a part of it, it doesn't end this year. I feel like there also needs to be an added feedback mechanism. We need to know how did this do and how we can do better. Because you know what, next year we will have to do better. Because just some trainings is not going to cut it. Just some reprioritization of services is not going to cut it. We are going to consistently see a problem with violence as long as our police are trained with violence. So, so with that said, I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
So we're gonna pause we'll wrap our presentation of this proposal here.
Thanks, HB. And thanks, everybody. That was great. Starting to fade, sorry. Board members who would like to say something? Daniel, you're first out of the gate these days, Daniel. I love it.
Got a lot to say.
Love it.
I want to really thank everyone that was involved in creating both of those documents. So I want to thank Liz for her time and all of the work that she put into that proposal. And I just kind of want to name that, like, the goal here was not to stick two proposals out in front of the public and have them fight each other to death. That there's something to be gained from looking at each of these, and I would like to think that there's a path forward that can bring in the wisdom from both. I want to say that I wholeheartedly support all of the aims of the collective proposal that are listed, so open meetings, et cetera, et cetera. It's all in the document. So every single one of those things that's in their proposal, I support. And I think that much of what Liz wrote, I also support. What I'm really kind of afraid of is too early on, kind of like narrowing the parameters of what this is supposed to be, and also kind of calibrating it right so that it can't just be about everything. So what is our goal here? I would like at the end of this process for the select board, the RTM members, and the general public in Brattleboro to have a clear understanding of how the police work, and that work is informed by data, by testimony, by evidence. We spend all this money on body cameras. I would love at some point to take a look at some random footage here or there and see what it looks like. I have a list of things that I think I will put in an email for another day, but I just kind of want to voice my support for the work that everybody put into both of those proposals, my strong support for all of the recommendations from the collective proposal.
Thanks, Daniel. Brandy.
So I want to echo a lot of what Daniel said. I want to say thank you, Liz, because you called me and I pulled over on the side of the road and we talked about, you know, how I felt about something like this taking place, and I was very much in favor of it, and I really appreciate the work that you and others put into it. I think what I need to say is that this needs to be BIPOC-led, and I think that parting that out there as the headline, that the encompassing of the two proposals can come into play at that time, but this needs to be led by people of color and by others that feel vulnerable to the police department, and everything that was listed off in those memos needs to be upheld. And then we can blend in the work that was done on Liz's proposal as well. But at this point, if we can't figure out that it's time for white people to kind of step aside and let this charge be led by people of color, then I actually don't know what else to say. This was a well-written proposal. It has a lot of potential. It has a lot of signatures. It can envelop and work alongside of or in tandem with everything that was put together in Liz's proposal. And there was nothing that was just presented to us that is unreasonable. If anything, I think it's time and it makes sense. Thank you.
Who wants to speak? I'm trying to defer to my fellow members. Ian? No? You want me to speak?
No, I can speak for a minute. So I guess my newbie question of the night is, what are we actually doing tonight? Are we thinking about choosing one of these? Or I guess, like, I feel like reading through both of them multiple times, they're not really contradictory. I mean, I think that they don't include a lot of things from each other, but nothing really presented in either one is like can't exist. And I one of the things, first off, yeah, and let me say, I want to thank everybody who's put all this work in. You know, let's take a moment and just say, like, hey, the select board said we were gonna make some movement on this, and we're gonna commit, and we're already looking at 2 proposals in the next meeting. You know, I know this is nowhere close to being anywhere, but like, this is a great start. So I think the one thing I really like about Liz's is that it's got some structural language. I'm just like, and it's the kind of thing I like. It's just like subcommittees and, you know, talking about like exactly how this functions. And I don't see that as much in the community proposal, but there are a lot of things in the community proposal that are not in Liz's. So for me, it seems like the next logical step is we take the best parts of both and we merge them together into some beautiful thing that has more community input made to it, and then we move forward from there. That's kind of where I'm at, and I just wanted to get a feel from the board if that's where the board is.
Go ahead, Liz. Oh, I think you're muted. Maybe. Wait for it.
Okay, here I am. I welcome the collective commentary, and I would be happy to, you know, merge the 2 items. And I just think that there's a couple of items that need to be discussed. For example, while it seems rational, and we have on many occasions, we have childcare, I don't know how childcare would work on a virtual meeting. So that's item 1. And if there is childcare, you know, just people need to say, yes, I need childcare, so that childcare can be provided for the number of children that are RSVPing in essence. We need to discuss whether paid felicitators and stipend for people of impacted communities. We don't generally do that. And so we need to discuss that, how that would work and what sums are we talking about. But everything else seems to me can be a function of the process going forward, and all the groups that were mentioned, are welcome. And this is not a select board process. This is Brattleboro's process. So we would just set it in motion, and off it goes, and comes back to us at the end, to make budget decisions.
Oh, Daniel, should you go?
I feel like I'm taking up a lot of space, but yeah, somebody else go before me.
Well, I think everybody's gone except me.
Go right ahead.
Did we lose somebody?
Brandy maybe got a problem.
Brandy said she's having tech difficulties.
Oh. There she is.
Oh, there you are. Can you hear okay?
I can hear okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to go, Daniel?
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. So thank you to both presentations. I think, as I tried to indicate in my introduction of HB, I was impressed by the quick organization and the document itself. It's great, and I sort of agree with Ian that Liz's document is more structural, like how it works, and the collective, as some people refer to it, is more intentional and spirited, and that's good. I don't really see a lot of conflict, as I think Ian said, or maybe Daniel said that, but it needs to be, melded together, obviously, if we're gonna make something happen. A huge thing that I need to point out is that one of them sort of philosophical, and one of them's like bare bones, how things have to work. If it's a select board committee, it can't be anonymous, because I know Weechi, if I'm pronouncing the name right, mentioned something about anonymity being important to the process to protect some people of color with that experience. And I totally understand that, but if it's our committee, it literally by law has to be public. But that doesn't mean that there can't be anonymous speaking to truths that happen. And I think Liz might have even mentioned that, right?
Yes, and people can submit anonymous testimony, and there are meetings, that police are not present, and people who are uncomfortable, can be interviewed, and the feedback can be brought. It's just that it has to also follow open meeting law, and I think this collective group can manage to have all the voices heard who may or may not be uncomfortable speaking.
Right. So a way to collect those experiences, but still then bring it out into the public process is sort of what I'm saying. Hopefully what we're both saying.
Yes.
So the childcare, we've addressed childcare at meetings on this very board without Ian in a couple of different contexts. And it's definitely not a non-starter, but it's fraught with some issues. So we'd have to talk about that. And Well, first of all, I think probably the idea is to provide childcare in in-person meetings, I'm assuming. I don't think it is really that applicable to, or a way to make it applicable to online meetings. That would be very difficult. But just to remind everybody that just like the idea of paying participants, childcare comes at a cost. The town of Brattleboro doesn't want to be in the childcare business, and nor are we qualified. So that would be farmed out to, a safe agency or person or persons. So I would want to see, myself, I would want to see the need for it, some sort of fair process to people to let us know that there's an actual need for that. The paying participants really, I totally understand it. And I understand why it's being advocated for. So I just want to say that, and now say that our entire structure of the way the town works is built on volunteerism. RTM is not paid, the DRB is not paid, none of our commissions, committees, no one is paid. And the government, our government, which is all of you, literally relies on that fact. It relies on the fact that some people are able to step up at RTM and spend a year or 3 years spending a Saturday or two a year and be able to make that space in their life. And other times, as was the case with me, I couldn't do it anymore, so I stepped down for being an RTM member. And similarly, the realities of serving on the select board right now, the way we're structured, mean that you can't, not everybody can participate, or at least not at any one time in their life. There's choices that have to be made there, and I'm a little bit scared of the idea of entering into a situation where what should be an open process is then becoming a payment process. And maybe it's my lack of vision, and I'm happy to take that criticism, but I just don't know how that would work with our current town structure and town budgetary constraints. And I think that's it that I wanted to say for now. Thanks. Daniel?
I was going to say something, but I think a lot of people would like to respond to stuff that we've said recently, so I defer to them.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of chatter online. Has anybody been able to sort of, Daniel,
I'll track it back. Let me
I relied on you last time.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, fuck. And I don't want to be like a jerk about this. And the sidebar is both kind of, it's informative, right? Because I get to see your thoughts in a way that is different from if we were in an in-person meeting, because we just wouldn't have access to this. But it does make it really hard to run the meeting. And that's actually getting in the way of people being able to speak in a equitable fashion. So let's see, who was first? Boom, 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 boom. HB. And then
there was somebody before HB.
Yeah, no, so I'm going to throw it to Shay. I should have thrown it to Shay in our initial speaking. And so Shay, I will defer to Shay now.
And Mel reminds me that Wendy did chime in earlier. So after Shay, maybe Wendy.
And then Ain as well.
Hey folks, can you see me?
Yes.
Coming to you live from Brooks Memorial Library because my rural internet is terrible.
Awesome.
Thanks, town. I was one of the many community co-authors of the proposal. I think I co-facilitated one meeting where there were 25 participants. I appreciate the work the select board has put into their proposal. I think a proposal coming from almost all groups in the community working on liberation work across every issue that's signed on by some major nonprofits is worth really valuing. I know that there was some collective work on the other proposal, but I do see a couple of differences I want to point out. What I hear, even in the select board response so far, is that it's going to be hard to value this work with money. And I don't accept that. I think that we can be visionary and creative in this moment. The proposal that the community submitted, sorry for the car noises. The proposal that the community submitted has no outcomes or presuppositions about where people are coming from. It's not a things should stay the same proposal or a reformist proposal or an abolitionist proposal. It's a community proposal across many, many different groups. And there is a presupposition in Liz's proposal that things are going to follow the same way that they've been following, and that we do need police. Liz's letter in the paper, which I read, said we do need police. That's a presupposition of the proposal. We need to dig one level down to listen what's underneath that. If that's a presupposition of the forums that we're going to be using to collect feedback, it is not truly inclusive. Because there are many people whose voices are being heard right now on the sidebar, and these people who just spoke, saying that's actually not been an inclusive process, that we've never paid childcare providers has not been an inclusive process. The way that it's been going to hear 5 white people, as a white person, to hear 5 white select board members say that we need to do it how we've always done it, and that paying for it's going to be hard is painful to me, because that is an illustration of the way that our town structures support white supremacy and do not support actual in-depth, diverse considerations about community safety. So I think that there's a lot of overlap that we should take the overlap. We could analyze what's the overlap and go with that, but I don't want this vague, we're going to mush them together, because there's some powerful differences and some push from the community to you all to pay a facilitator is part of what I hear as a difference. That's saying we're not sure that you're going to be accountable enough to dig that deep without that outside lens. That's one difference that I just want to highlight. And I do think there's a way to move forward with most of those points that are overlap the same. But I hear some difference that I don't want to be erased, because the words that we heard from Amber and Sheila and Wichi, the only POC present in this meeting, those were powerful words, and we should not be erasing those voices from this conversation in vague terms. So that's what I got to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Wendy. If you're there. Oh, Wendy, you still with it? Oh, there you are.
Here I am. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was doing it or Patrick was doing it. Anyway, I was not a person who signed the community proposal that HB read, just because I didn't know about it. I'm not. Oh, sorry, I'm in the dark. Probably because I'm not on social media, but I'm a District 1 town meeting rep, and I want to indicate my proposal for that. My support for that. Also, this is where it's going to get a little difficult. Tim, you asked for criticism. I have some. You were told in this meeting by more than one person that childcare was important. So by saying you haven't heard that and need to hear that, where else do you need to hear it from?
No, if you don't mind me answering you directly, I meant the people that want to participate, and this is a whole process. I feel like we just have to establish in a democratic process who is going to be needing the child care and what are the parameters of what that looks like. Otherwise, we can't satisfy it. We wouldn't want to enter into a process where we provide child care, set it all up, and then there's no need for it.
Understood, but I think what has been expressed, actually not what I think, what I heard people actually saying is that there's a need for this. And this leads me to something that's a little more difficult to say. I find, Tim, you're in a really important position. You hold a lot of power. And I think sometimes you have a hard time speaking from anywhere other than your own perspective, and you're not acknowledging it. And this is one of those situations. And I encourage you to step back and listen, and not just take your own experiences as the actual truth, but as just one possibility amongst many. And I'm going to end it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Ain, and then we're going to kick it. Well, we might check in with phone folks, but is Ain available? Maybe not. Oh, hi. You might be on mute. We don't hear you. Oh, should we might have lost Ain. So I'm gonna trust
go to Emily.
Yeah, or HB. I'm unclear which.
I wanted to address a couple specific items.
Sure.
So in terms of questions about the process, or there being a lack of process within the proposal, to me, that's part of the job of both the community and the facilitation team to sort of determine what exactly does that process look like together. So wanted to address that point from Ian. As for folks not being paid, I think, we've heard, I think maybe it was Emily Megas Russell who said already, we're doing a lot of things already in COVID that we don't normally do. I think this is a really important time for us to be looking at, structures of how our community has functioned in a lot of different ways and reevaluating that. Folks not being paid creates a lot of the same problems that we're talking about, right? We talk all the time about wanting to have more leadership and more participation from Black, Indigenous, and folks of color in this community. People who are able to move into volunteer roles are largely folks who are white and with access to wealth. I know that does not characterize everyone on this board or in a lot of volunteer spaces, but I think there's a lot of people who need money to be able to participate. And I also will say there's a big difference between a stipend that's recognizing experience and knowledge and wisdom and a paid role. And so I think what we've suggested here is actually two kinds of payment that are pretty distinct from each other. One, which would be paid position for the facilitator or facilitation team that's taking this work forward, and one form of payment that is stipends for community who are participating. Happy to share more about that. I know there's also a lot of folks that have a lot of knowledge about that in that space. But we've done that, really successfully in this community. I want to hold up like Collaborative Neighbors, I think is a really amazing example of that, of providing stipends for people who are sharing their direct experience, and the entire community is benefiting from that knowledge, and people are able to participate because they're paid to be there. I don't see ethical problems with that. I know there's folks on this call who can speak more directly to the experiences of Collaborative Neighbors and other opportunities. The last thing I'll say is Bennington also just put out a proposal to pay their facilitators $500 stipends, which receiving a lot of pushback from both NAACPs in Windham County and in the Rutland area. And it would be great for Brattleboro to avoid that kind of public fate, I think, by paying people adequately for this kind of really important and critical work. So just wanted to address those few points that have been brought up.
Thanks, HB. Let me just, I'm not stopping anything. I just wanted to say it's 10:18 and we do have a lot of business. So should we just discuss logistics of our agenda? I'm assuming that we, as much as we want to, can we go past 11? Liz?
Well, I was just thinking that if the select board moved to call for facilitators, then at the next meeting we could discuss who those facilitators are and whether or not they should be paid in some fashion, and that we could further discuss at the next meeting the process, or as HB just said, leave it to the facilitators and the committee to create the process. But just so that we could just bring this to a head and have some means to get to the next meeting and make progress.
Okay, I want to make it clear that I'm not silencing anyone. It's my job to run this meeting, so we will get back to everyone. Daniel?
When we agreed to have a town-wide implicit bias training, well, I think it was more expansive than implicit bias, but yes, one of the things that we did, we put out I guess we put out an RFP, and the proposal that we then chose was well vetted by town staff and this board. And I think that the work that Dottie Morris and Mary Gannon did, at least in the session that I was part of, was really great. And I think that we need to value this work similarly, and that we shouldn't be trying to just do this on volunteer spirit. I think recently there was a conversation in the state legislature about how little they are paid, and if we know our legislators as we do, the amount of work that they've been doing for so little money is really not helpful for our democracy and prevents people from being able to take part in it fully, and that hurts us all. So I think that we can do something different here and really support, decently paid facilitation and stipends for impacted people. And that's all I have to say. And I mean it this time.
Randy?
I want to speak and I want our community to speak, but I want to say as a board member that I know that most of us do this for $3,000 a year. Some of us do this for $5,000. Many committees do it for $0. The state legislators, I think, make 14 or less or somewhere in that vicinity. It's kept doors closed. It might be the way it's always been, and in our hearts, we feel like it stops democracy from being corrupted, but actually it stops democracy from being participated in. I can't take a job for $13,000 a year. I can't run for the state like I wanted to because I have kids, and I can't raise them on $13,000 a year and be gone 4 days a week. People can't do this for nothing. And just because we've done it, that doesn't mean that's how it should be done.
If it's okay with Ian, did you have something you want to throw in?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess, Brandy, you agreed with me earlier. I completely agree with you there.
I think I actually pulled this out of the public comment to ask a practical question about timing. And should I take a few agenda items that Peter thinks we can get rid of, or should I ask our ASL people how long they can go? Help me out, fellow board members.
If there's things we can get rid of,
I think this, yep, get rid of stuff.
I really want to talk about them all, though.
Yeah, we'll talk about them, just not tonight. We have to talk about it.
We've
but
got
some
to do
we
this.
have to do tonight, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Peter. Sorry, I'm throwing it on you. What do we have to do tonight?
So the very next item on the agenda is an item that needs to be dealt with tonight because of the timing of the project. They need to close and move forward to proceed with the Red Clover Commons public housing project.
Absolutely.
There is a deadline for us to respond to item number G. So I think it would be helpful, and I think that's also not going to require a lot of discussion. So if you could act on that, that's the comments to VTrans regarding the Route 9 rebuild between Wilmington and Brattleboro. And if the Putney Road bike ped safety project is as light a lift as I think it's going to be, it would be helpful if you could also deal with that one tonight so that we can keep that project moving. VTrans has put a lot of effort into making something happen that we asked for and make it happen this summer. And I'd like not to hold them up 2 weeks. I think those are the three things that would be essential. It would be good if we could get the other items done, but if they need to wait until July 21st, then we could roll them over to July 21st.
Well, and I'll probably just throw out there that I think we got to do the appointments because we've just been kind of kicking that down, and I don't think it'll take that long. Can I get some nods?
Yeah.
Or shakes?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I want to respect the fact that people wanted to join committees and we interviewed them, and
Yeah, appoint them.
Okay.
And the translators, how late can they stay?
Yeah.
11?
11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have, and things have been flying by, but I do have names. I had a list of names. Where did it go? I had a list of 5 names.
Ain has an updated list in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's what I was using. Oh, I was using Izzy's.
Fisher, Emily.
But Ain actually volunteered her time.
That time.
So I have Fisher, Emily, Robin, Zoe, Audrey, if I'm pronouncing all the names right. So what do we do about the time? We can go for another 20 minutes. I mean, I did have a thought that, Liz, it wasn't you who said that, or maybe you didn't say it, but I thought that we all seem to be in agreement that we need to choose facilitators.
Mm-hmm.
Does that move us forward in any practical manner?
Yes, I think it would, because if we ask for facilitators and then at the same time we ask for when the facilitators apply using the form that's on the website for committees and so forth, that they can also propose, like Daniel was saying, for the bias training, essentially the public can propose an appropriate fee structure for the facilitators. And we can decide, and that way we can go forward.
I think that's the best plan we have so far. So I'm going to go back to the public with the list of Fisher, Emily, Robin, Zoe, Audrey, Tara, and ask anyone who'd like to drop off to discuss things at a different night to feel free to do that. But I'd like to go ahead and ask Fisher to make a comment, and we'll try to see if we can wrap things up by 11 for our ASL folks. Oh, Alex, I'm sorry, I was calling you Fisher.
Yep, that's my last name.
Sorry, that's how it appears. I apologize.
So I want to say a few things. First of all, just a massive thank you and gratitude to Amber and Sheila and Weechi for sharing your wisdom to all white faces up here, and to a huge audience, thank you so much for everything you always share, and for just being brutally honest about a lot of things that I think have not been said yet in spaces like this. I also just want to name that there's a really off power balance right now that's happening. Liz, I appreciate you and I appreciate your work so, so much. And I'm so glad to see that a select board member put forth a proposal. However, what's also been happening is that, Liz, you've both put forth a proposal and are unmuted as a select board member and therefore able to speak more than anyone else. So when we're talking about white supremacy, when we're talking about valuing folks of color and their voices, to not give equal weight and equal say to the folks that put forth the collective proposal is already weighting the game and weighting the way the discussion is going. So acknowledging that that is happening, I think there's a few ways to move it forward by either, Liz, recusing yourself of sort of internal comments or allowing more folks to be unmuted throughout the process to give that some equity in how voices are heard and shared. But mostly also want to really acknowledge that what we're talking about is resources. So the two sticking points seem to be paying facilitators and paying for childcare, and that this is a huge thing that we're about to take on as a town. And to really pause and think about the weight of that this is not a light matter. This is years in the making. This is centuries in the making to really think about and acknowledge the role of policing in our communities. And that is not going to happen without throwing a lot of resources into the process. So if we are not willing to even consider paying for childcare or paying for facilitators, why are we here and what are we actually trying to consider? What we're talking about is potentially restructuring the way we engage with each other as community members, and that doesn't happen for free. And when it does happen for free, it happens on the backs of Black, Indigenous, people of color, and to acknowledge that when we ask for free labor, that's what we're asking for. And I believe that our town is working so hard to move the needle on issues like this, and we are really doing it. And so to really just keep putting our feet forward, right? We really worked hard on hiring an HR manager. And Peter, I loved working with you on that. I loved meeting with you. I loved being, a part of the process. And it took a lot of resources, and it also is really worth the time. And so to really acknowledge that this is not just a 1 or 2 meetings issue. This is not a 1 year issue. This is something that when we see communities around the country that are calling to defund the police, it is because there are folks that have been organizing for decades to get to this moment. And we are slow and we are behind in the conversation, and we need to catch up. And that is going to cost money because we need to pay folks for their time and their expertise, and specifically folks of color. So thank you, and I pass on.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Emily was up next, and if you'd like, we could just, everyone is heard on the money issue, but it feels like we're moving towards getting to an agreement on needing to get the facilitators, and it sounds like the money issue will be discussed at next meeting. So you're totally heard. But if you could we're just going to try to get a few very important pieces of business done at the end of this discussion. Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Great. Yes, a similar echoing of Fisher's comment of gratitude for everyone who has worked on this proposal, and particularly to Amber, Sheila, and Wichi, and others in the room who are BIPOC folks who maybe haven't shared yet. But not only gratitude for what you've put into the proposal, but for exposing yourself to this meeting. I want to speak from I'm an LSCSW. I am a quality consultant for a number of different agencies in Brattleboro. or that serve Brattleboro, and I am paid very well to do that work. I make $50 an hour as a consultant to do quality assurance work, which is exactly what we're talking about. The fact that we don't have a paid, comprehensive quality review process for unarguably the institution that is causing the most actual murder, harm, and brutality of individuals in our community is really what we're talking about here. You know, we're talking about a quality review process, and the select board as a I could be wrong in my understanding here, but you know, the select board as a representation of our town government, and the police being a town funded and a town governed body, the fact that there's no quality review process is why we are in this situation. It's deeply concerning to me as a quality control professional, and I wouldn't do this work for free, and you wouldn't ask me to. You wouldn't. And this work needs to be done by people who are most deeply impacted. It needs to be paid very, very well. And as far as making a comment that a scope of work and budget needs to be presented before a professional person who does this work in our community. We have so many unbelievable community organizers who are so skilled and so resourced to be able to support you in this work and to support our police department in really addressing these problems and to support this larger movement towards defunding the police. You know, it's my understanding that y'all can figure out how to allocate resources, probably most sensibly from the police budget itself. You could even write it right into the police budget or expect it to be written right into the police budget. This is an independent quality review. This is best practice. It already exists. It doesn't really need to be reinvented. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Robin?
Hi. Oh, I'm really close to the screen. I will make my comment as short as I can because I know that time is of the essence. So I'm going to skip over the gratitude that I feel to everyone participating in this process. I just want to say that the issues that are brought up in this collective proposal, of which I was part of helping to write, is not just about let's examine what the police is doing wrong. The whole thing is designed to be, how can we make a community that is safe and supportive for everyone that's here? And police is part of that, but so are other kinds of things that are going to be discussed in these meetings, hopefully, and making it accessible to everyone to have their voice heard. And part of that is built into the structure that we are trying to advocate for. So to talk as if the items that are in the proposal for how to make this accessible are not as doable, those are the easy things, guys. And first of all, you're getting a get one out of jail card free on the childcare, because most likely we won't even be able to do any meetings in person for a long time. But when we are able to just say, we're going to provide childcare for all of these meetings, even if nobody signs up, is making a statement about, is this important to have it accessible to parents, or is it not important? Okay. Just paying somebody $20 an hour to watch kids for a couple hours meeting is so small amount of money that it's just ridiculous to get caught up in that. Just say, we will provide childcare if there ever are any in-person meetings, which there probably won't be. And paying the facilitators the same thing. Even a very well paid amount, like $50 an hour, like Emily said, is a small drop in the bucket of Brattleboro's budget. And as was said earlier in this very conversation, the board has discretion to spend money, even if it's slightly different than what was in the budget that you guys passed. So I feel very confident that this money can be found and that it is extremely important to make this accessible. That's all.
Thanks, Robin. Brandy?
I just want to quickly say that when my kids were very young, when Aiden was first born and then when Colin was first born, we attended St. Michael's Episcopal Church. and they did the same thing. They wanted young families to attend, and so they offered childcare every single Sunday. At first, I thought we had to sign up, and I was very nervous because I didn't want to commit to bringing my children out in public at that age. But they made it clear to me that they had childcare every single Sunday, and that if you come, you come, and if you don't, you don't. But they would do it either way.
Thanks. We have Zoe.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to comment on, I guess I just wanted to boost the proposal that Amber and Sheila and everyone else collaborated on, and just wanted to note that in the June 16th meeting, we received that people that were calling for defunding the police received several comments that we should be more involved with the process and in town government and things like that. And I just wanted to say that this is people participating in town government, people writing this proposal and testifying to defund the police. And I think that if you really want to actually perpetuate that, to have people be involved in town government, young people, BIPOC people, disabled people, people with children, etc., then you should listen to these proposals that are being set out. So, thank you.
Thanks, Zoe. Audrey?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, historically my video chat has slowed down meetings and has a lot of problems, so I'm going to just not be on video chat for this. I'll be as quick as I can, but I would like to just first off say that this whole meeting is occurring on Abenaki land. It's occurring on colonized land, and and it's been colonized for centuries, but that doesn't mean it's not stolen. And as governing officials here, you guys are literally directly colonizers of this land. You're in a position of full colonizer. And I think that this conversation in itself is about racism, and that's been understood by all of you. And to think of the power dynamic going on there feels kind of awful. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little with my words, but I think that this is a longer process, and we need to listen to Black and Indigenous people, like, because it's really important, and it's been going on for centuries. And the movement for defunding and abolishing the police is not a radical response to an armed and organized group of people that has extrajudicially killed 5,000 people, over 5,000 people in the last 5 years. That's about 3 people a day. There are a few days, there's like a number of days a year that cops don't kill people, and this isn't normal. And actually, extrajudicial killings, as well as forced displacement, like in the prison industrial complex, and torture, like police brutality, police beating people without even killing them. That's listed in a paper written by Gregory Stanton about genocide, and it's a warning sign of genocide. And I think, I'm sorry, to the BIPOC people in this room, but I would hate myself if I didn't say that this is the intention of a lot of the police killing. This is the direction that we're headed, and there's a reason that all of these eyes are on you right now, and all of these people are watching because they feel that something is very, very wrong, and people are being murdered systematically, and being desensitized to that is really, really concerning. And we're seeing a lot of really fucked up news stories right now, and I think that we need
Audrey,
to.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
right.
With the greatest respect, can I just ask you to wrap up your comments?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been going on for a long time. But yeah, thank you to the BIPOC people who have been here in this meeting.
Thank you. Tara. We can't hear you.
Hi, good evening. Tara O'Brien. I live in Brattleboro. I'm a coordinator at the Root Social Justice Center, and I'm one of the members who was in the meetings for the beginning of drafting this proposal. I thank the people who came before me and spoke. I thank my BIPOC sisters and brothers who put themselves out there at the beginning of this discussion. I just want to stress what HB said, that this proposal was put forth by a number of different organizations who've been doing this work, working with the most impacted folks in our communities for years. And as Witchy said on the Commons, it's a matter of trust in the police. You know, the word trust, the word police does not evoke trust in many of our communities. I'd like to, I thank Fisher for bringing up the power imbalance of Elizabeth speaking to her proposal. You know, tonight she's heard from these people supporting our proposal. She's heard from the organizers of the proposal. I would ask that Elizabeth show some cultural humility and withdraw her proposal, because our proposal puts forth a process that actually could discuss some of the outcomes that Elizabeth actually has in her proposal. You know, the whole focus of our proposal is that it outlines a process for that discussion. Many folks in the organizing group have different views about what they would like for police, what we would like for police. At least this gives an opportunity to discuss it in a fair and equitable manner. So that I would ask that that be considered. And I also, Tim, I also want to just mention that at the last meeting you mentioned something that you know, you questioned when we were questioning about the budget and reconsidering the budget and reducing the budget. You asked us if what has materially changed. You asked that, and that really hit my body hard.
In Brattleboro. I said in Brattleboro.
In Brattleboro, because of the fact that, Tim, I want to ask you, as a white man, when was the last time you saw a white person murdered in the media repeatedly broadcasted? I want you and all the white folks. I want you to ask that, because you know what that does to a person, you know, who sees a fellow black and brown brother or sister being murdered. What that does to the body is inconceivable. So how does it affect our brothers and sisters in this community? You know, that for me is enough to know that this is an imminent issue that has to be dealt with a little bit faster than we're trying to do tonight. So that's why I asked you, Elizabeth, please reconsider withdrawing your proposal, showing us all some cultural humility that you heard the BIPOC folks in this meeting, and you recognize that this was not just done in a silo, which we see some efforts being done. It's being done by an organized group of people who love this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of community, we have a few items to try to take care of. I'm going to ask Anna, Abby, and Josh to join us next time, and I'm going to ask the board's support to getting a few things done to run this town. How does that feel for everybody?
I think that the interpreters said 11:30 was when they could go to, but I want to check again.
Oh, I thought I saw 11.
They said 11.
11, right, Janet?
They wrote 11:30 in the comments.
Ah.
Oh, good. Okay, sorry.
11:30.
So maybe we could have comments on this item until 11, and then we could do our business in that last 30 minutes.
I will definitely take that friendly amendment. Thank you. But I just tossed away my list. Anna, Abby, and Josh.
That's okay. We've got people keeping on track of it.
Oh, good. Anna. And actually, I left off Ain, I think, but they already spoke, so I'm not sure if they want to speak again. So let me go with Anna. If they're
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me? Oh, Anne, you can go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't. I had trouble with I'm a terrible millennial apparently, because I couldn't get my microphone on, which is very embarrassing. But usually I can. So I'm sorry. Also, following Tara right now is a lot, because I just really respect everything that you just said, including the other people who spoke before. And I'm trying to be fast, so I'm also not thanking folks. But everything that I want to say is also something that comes from collaborative conversations with all of the folks that you've heard from and people who've signed the community proposal. But I just felt like it was really important to, if you're thinking about moving forward and just merging these two proposals, there are some seriously fundamental differences that the folks who worked on the first proposal, the community proposal, have outlined and named. And it's at face value, I can totally see how it seems like you can just put them together and they're similar because they both mention community groups and things like that. But in addition to the facilitation question, which is still really important and a lot of people already spoke to, there's also the scope and the decision-making power of the body that could be put together to address this issue. And so it's really, I think, important for us that we look at those kinds of things. That something that Weechie said specifically was the other proposal seems to be centering the police and the relationships that organizations already have with the police and having those organizations weigh in about the police. But you can't really do that if you are accountable to them. You can't really do that if you have to maintain your relationship with them in a way that doesn't create equity. So it's just important that we as a community get to decide what community safety looks like. That scope of what this community and this council is able to do needs to be a little bit broader than just do we defund or support the police. It's about community safety as a whole, and that's something that so many organizers and groups and people who've already spoken are constantly thinking about and have been for years. So we've arrived at this moment. And Elizabeth, I love something you said about, we have this chance to live examined lives. And I really do feel like, yeah, we're doing that here. So even if you don't think, even if you're not willing, I mean, not you specifically, Elizabeth, but even if one is not willing to listen to the people who've spoken tonight and said Brattleboro does feel like an unsafe place for them, you cannot actually then think, well, if Brattleboro is such a safe place, we have this moment, this historic moment where we can actually show the rest of the country what we can do here as a community. If we believe that we have a safe community and a caring community and a community that can take care of itself, allow us, because there are people here to do the work. I'm one of them, and there are many of us, and we want to do that work. So just please let us, please empower us to do that, because, I actually voted for all of you. So I'm here and I'm a community member, and I really appreciate your work. And I thank you for letting us speak, even though it's late at night. But I just want to go forward with that being said. So please think more before hastily just merging the two things, because they're not the same in a lot of fundamental ways. So thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Anna?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just my camera on this computer doesn't work.
That's okay.
I'm just going to make my comment quick. Also, thank you so much to everyone that has spoken and to the select board. What I just wanted to say that as someone who has worked in social services for over 7 years in this town, plus I'm with Brattleboro Solidarity, and I also have done a number of interviews with Indigo Radio on specifically around with people on the streets, and specifically with people experiencing homelessness and their interaction with police, that there's also a large number of poor white people in this town that bear the brunt of police surveillance and interactions. And that's not saying that their experience is the same as people of color, but I think that when we're talking about people impacted, that we don't forget them. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby, if you're still here.
Hi there.
Hi,
I'm
Abby.
not sure if my camera is going to work. But yeah, I want to say thank you to all of the speakers tonight and everybody who has worked collaboratively on this proposal. I want to speak to how in many cases the budgeting process seems pretty inaccessible, and that at other points throughout the year when I have attended select board meetings, I've been told that I needed to actually have attended a select board meeting like the previous one or a month ago or in November, and that this is a time when literally hundreds of community members have come together to engage in a process that we've been invited to engage in previously, but we have found, many of us, to be really inaccessible, and that this proposal is in part trying to speak to that. And I think that it's important to acknowledge that and honor that, and hopefully approve this proposal with that in mind. And like Aine just said, in terms of merging the proposals, and as Fisher spoke to, the power imbalance kind of inherent in tonight and town government somewhat in general, that I would actually ask that if there were any kind of change to this proposal, that it go back to the collaborators, community collaborators, for our reapproval, because it's actually a proposal that was that we spent a good bit of time putting together. And so to then, if it was going to be recrafted as some kind of merged proposal, I would ask that there would be more community input from the people who spent time doing that and those who would be most impacted. Thanks.
Abby. I think we have last Josh. It might be Joshua, I'm not sure.
Hi, everyone.
Josh.
Thank you to first all the people who worked on the community proposal and those that spoke on its behalf tonight. To the select board, I just want to remind you that this proposal is working towards systemic change. It's working towards not just a workshops and we move along. This is working towards new ways of our community engaging and working together. And I think that it's important, select board, you're in this position to help the community work this into a systematic way. And that is what we are here tonight to ask you to do, is help us work this proposal for a new, better Brattleboro community for ourselves and for everyone. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Board members, Peter.
Thank you. Just if this helps, I know you need to decide now next steps in this process. And I think we've had multiple meetings on this topic and other topics that have drawn a lot of public participation that we're trying to fit into the regular select board meeting schedule. And I think we need to look ahead to expecting that the next step in this process is going to be robust again in terms of participation and complexity. So staff will be happy to work with you in whatever way you choose to go in terms of whether there's a special meeting just for this purpose, or whether there's a special meeting on not a normal night. Maybe this one is 2 weeks from tonight, and then there's a special meeting maybe on the 28th that does other town business like we would routinely do on the first and third Tuesdays, but I don't think it's a reasonable expectation that you could schedule the next step in this one for 2 weeks from tonight, plus a slate of normal select board meeting business, and have any different outcome than, approaching 11 o'clock with everything sort of unfinished. So
Absolutely.
That's my suggestion, is that you decide whether you want to do a meeting again next week or a meeting 3 weeks from now. But on one of those two, either the 14th or the 28th, I think you ought to have a special meeting, and then decide now, for the people who are interested in this topic, at which of these next few meetings you'd be discussing this again.
Well, I was thinking the exact same thing, and was thinking next week, but now that you've voiced both of those options, I feel that we should get on top of our regular business at this meeting and on the 21st. And this is just me throwing this out there, and please chime in, and then schedule readdressing the police review process for the 28th. That's just my opinion. Board members, do you want to take a quick poll? Daniel?
I was wondering whether the stuff that we don't get to tonight, we might do a special next week just to get to that and get it done with. And then, did you say two specials?
I'm just getting clarity. Did you want?
Yeah. I'm concerned about the items that were on the agenda tonight that we won't deal with tonight. I don't want to leave them like several weeks. I think if we could come back for a meeting next week, and it would be fairly short if it was just, 3 or 4 items. Thinking like the handy stations, I think that should have been and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have done this. I think it's really important that we spent all of this time on these 2 really huge, important topics. And I just don't want to kick things too far down the road. So I would be happy meeting next week and the week after and the week after that. As long as each of those meetings isn't like 7 hours long. This one has been 6 hours long for the people that are on the screen right now.
Anybody else?
Yeah. So why don't we do a special meeting for this next week? And then we can push the things that aren't time sensitive out of this meeting to 2 weeks from now for a normal select board meeting, along with the rest of the stuff in the normal select board meeting. And then, because we kind of have the energy and we got community engagement and everything for this topic. So unless we feel like if we want to give ourselves or the community tasks that we don't think could be accomplished in 7 days, then maybe we would want to do it for a special meeting 3 weeks from now. But if it's just timing wise, I feel like we might as well do the special meeting to discuss this next week.
Could we ask people in the community to weigh in on the chat 1 week or 3 weeks preference? Like, I feel like 1 week from now to get back to this discussion might not be enough time to move things forward.
Question from the community: was special meetings being open? Yeah, they're just like this, but for like one topic.
Not our regular time.
Yeah.
And Peter, are there things that you can be doing that can just be ratified off this list? Only during these very unprecedented times.
So the comments that we would submit to VTrans, yes. I mean, I could write, but it would be better. Those are going to be very short items when we do get to them, and it would be better to have the select board speak with the voice of the select board on behalf of the community than just staff.
Okay. I'm just throwing it out there because it's weird times right now.
Yeah. I mean, we
So
do
whatever
that when there's
chances
something
we
that's
have.
that urgent. I don't think these items are.
Okay.
So I don't know where we landed. Did everybody chime in?
I haven't chimed in yet. I think people might need the 2 weeks to think about what was said tonight. I know I do.
I could use
it. So it's really maybe 3 weeks that we can either have a special meeting next week, we could have our regular meeting in 2 weeks, and we can also have a special meeting the week after. That's the full buffet of meetings. Do we think we need all that?
Yes. Given how things have been recently, yes.
So is the proposal that next week is more mundane business or not?
Well,
Yes.
where have we fallen on what we're trying to, like, where we are at with these proposals, I guess?
We haven't really fallen, I don't think, yet.
Okay.
We haven't
So this
even
discussion
agreed to,
needs to continue, really.
it has to be, because we haven't yet agreed whether we can even move forward with facilitator, with soliciting for facilitators, or whether we need to further discuss the scope of the project first, right?
Yeah.
Did I read
thought
that
there was
correctly?
some consensus around paying facilitators.
I'm sorry, Daniel, I didn't hear you.
I thought there was some consensus that we ought to pay facilitators.
But not a consensus around how much, even if
Maybe
they're
not 5-0, but
yeah, this is why we need at least a little time to consider this. At least
okay.
I do.
All right.
So what do you think?
So next week, town business, 2 weeks, more police, social justice issues.
Do we
And
have
then
some
the
agenda items on the 21st that are sort of immovable, Peter? I mean, it's too early
Not
to
at this
know that.
point. I think that that's a good plan, that next week there would be a short special meeting to do the business you don't get to tonight. And then 2 weeks from tonight, you focus on this issue of the police review. And we can determine between now and then whether you're going to need a special meeting on the 28th to do some more of the more routine business, or whether we can just wait until August 4th for that. I think the likelihood is that we might be able to just wait until August 4th for that, for another night of the more routine town business.
Okay. And you're okay with putting together a meeting for us next week?
Of course. Yeah, it's going to be rolling over the unfinished business from tonight. That's
okay.
A very simple meeting to warn.
Great.
Should we not be lazy and try to knock a few things off? Because we have some important things.
Actually, yeah, I'm not commenting on laziness, but please knock off the things I mentioned that are on deadline that we need to do tonight.
Yep, yeah. I've got them circled.
Tim, can you just clarify for the community members exactly what have we decided?
Yeah, unless there's objection, we are going to be scheduling a new special meeting next week on the 14th for sort of the cleanup stuff that we haven't been able to get to because of the importance of this discussion tonight, and then have people with plenty of notice to join us on the 21st to continue the discussion that we began tonight about police review process and possibly other business. And then we will make a determination whether we'd meet again on the 28th. That's, I think, what Peter said.
Yeah.
That is what I'm suggesting. I don't think you ought to schedule other items for the 21st, though. I think it would be good to focus on this issue that evening and not feel pressured to get to other items.
Okay, I was just assuming there would be some needed stuff to get to. Daniel?
Let me see if I can word this in the way that I want it to. So like the people that have been working in the community on a proposal that they brought to us in preparation for this meeting, obviously should do what they want to do to continue the collaboration. But I wonder, you know, if we might also invite them explicitly to bring some of this work further forward and present more to it in our next meeting. in our next meeting where we're going to see it's late and my words are just, garbage right now. Somebody help me out.
Yeah, to
bring what I'm saying.
To the next meeting that we're going to discuss this, which is in 2 weeks.
The 21st.
21st. Sure.
Yes.
I mean, I think we have plenty to discuss, but if this meeting has informed people for some alterations or refinements, more power to them, right? Okay, so that's the plan. Let's move on to Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. We have a very exciting project to discuss very quickly.
So I'm going to summarize it very quickly, and then if you have any questions about it, there are representatives of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships in the meeting who could speak to the details, and also Patrick who could speak to the some more of the history of the project. But basically, this is a project that the town has previously supported. First of all, we've got a long-standing partnership with Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, previously Brattleboro Housing Authority. In fact, the town created the Brattleboro Housing Authority back in the 1960s. And so there's been this long-standing partnership even after it became a separate organization. We have worked together extensively over the last 7 years, actually closer to a decade now. I think it was 2011 that Irene happened. So after the flooding that occurred in Irene, the town took a very strong position that the housing that's located at Melrose needed to be relocated, and has worked together with the partnership on how to make that happen. The partnership's made tremendous progress. You know that Red Clover Commons relocated the majority of people who had been living at Melrose, but there are still some occupied units at Melrose that need to be relocated. An important linchpin to that second wave of this work is the Red Clover Commons 2 project, which is this close to moving forward. It actually is expected to close in about a week. The contracting part of this and the financing part of this is needs to close in about a week. And because the bidding for the project came in higher than expected, there's an additional $100,000 that is needed. The town has provided previously $50,000 of funding towards this project. There is, I believe, millions of dollars. I don't know the exact total budget for the project, but there's a large amount of other money that's coming from other sources, from outside of the community and inside the community, to fund this. And there's a delta of $100,000 that's needed for the project to be able to move forward and be completed and have these folks, units relocated out of harm's way. And so the recommendation this evening, the request from Brattleboro Housing Partnerships and staff's recommendation to you is that the select board authorize a $100,000 loan to be made to the project, to the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, with a 15-year term and 0% interest, so that that based on the other funding aspects of this project, there would come a time 15 years from now when the money would return into program income and be used for other housing projects or economic development projects in the community. But the project needs to move forward. It's a really important one for some of the most vulnerable folks in our community, and it's this close to being able to move forward. If you authorize the $100,000 loan, it will move. It'll happen.
Thank you, Peter. Well, this is exactly what this money is for, and it would be great to see this come to fruition. Anybody want to comment or make a motion? Brandy?
I'll make a motion if nobody has a comment.
Ian?
I have a comment, but Liz, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to say that it's very important that these people get their housing out of the floodway.
By the way, just for future, just remind everybody, we can go ahead and you can always make a motion, and then if there's a follow-up comment, there's no problem with doing that, just for the future. Ian?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Brandy.
Do it in reverse.
I didn't interrupt you. I thought it was like.
Oh, you didn't interrupt me. I always do it this way anyway, so you didn't interrupt me at all.
So I'm going to vote for this. But I do want to say that this is now the second time for a housing related thing that the town has been sort of put on the spot on the 11th hour to close up the funding on something. And I think that for both of them, the reasonings were legitimate. But I don't necessarily feel really comfy with the precedent it sets that in the future, you know, that we're willing to, like, you know, be pressured in because of poor planning or something like that. I'm not saying that that's what's happened in either of these cases, but no, I think it's worth noting.
That sounds like something I'm going to be playing on the radio this week.
Sorry, Ian, did you get to finish? Or?
Yeah, I think that's all. I just. Clearly the board.
That was a weird sound.
I think that was feedback.
You're heard.
That was wild.
Can I just make a really quick response? Ian, it's very typical. This is Chris Hart. It's very typical in construction and big developments for you to get to the end of the line and have a gap. And that's the amount of money you've been gathering for the last 2 years and what the contracts come in for. So there's no intention to put the town on the grill here. It's just, we went to everybody and asked for more money. So it's just it's a very common factor of development, and it's very unpleasant.
Chris, thank you very much for that. And that's kind of what I wanted to hear in this discussion. You know, that's really helpful, and I think that this is worthy, and we should definitely vote for it. So thank you very much for holding on for all this time too. Oh my gosh.
You ready to make that motion, Brandy?
I am.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That was like a Pink
Brandy.
Floyd video. I don't know what just happened there. That was crazy.
I think the
So I assume when I'm reading 150, I'm changing it to 100. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
And so I move to approve a loan in the amount of $100,000 to Brattleboro Housing Partnerships from the town's revolving loan fund for a term of 15 years at 0% interest.
Thanks, Brandy. Brandy's made a motion to approve a loan in the amount of $100,000 to Brattleboro Housing Partnerships from the town's revolving loan fund for a term of 15 years at 0% interest. All those in favor, board members, raise your hand, say aye.
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 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. Thank
Thank
you
you.
again, Chris.
Thank you, Chris, very much.
Thank you very much.
And we move on to Putney Road. Speaking of another exciting piece of news and project.
Yeah, this one I can be quicker on. It doesn't require funding. I'm just asking you to please authorize me to execute a maintenance agreement with VTrans for some equipment we've asked them to install on Putney Road to make it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. So particularly the bicycle piece they will do, and there won't be a continuing maintenance obligation for the town. The pedestrian piece would install a crosswalk near Town Crier Drive for access across, if you can imagine, sort of at the top of that curving hill from the Coda and Coda property over onto Town Crier Drive. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic there related to NECA and the housing and Habit Opco that are all right there on the hill. And so this is an ideal location to allow folks who have walked up that path the west side of the hill to get across safely to Town Crier Drive. And what the state is proposing to do is install an RRFB, one of the flashing beacons that get installed to make it call out attention to the drivers for the crosswalks. At that location, we would take on the responsibility to maintain the RRFB and the incidental low maintenance of the two slabs of concrete that would be the landing points for this crosswalk. Further north on Putney Road, we've asked them to put a crosswalk in from the Colonial property over to the Hannaford property, and to dedicate a cross signal the way we have it down on Main Street, so that there would be a time when all the traffic is stopped and the pedestrians are able to make it safely across Putney Road. They've agreed to do that at VTrans expense, and they're just asking that, again, we be willing to maintain the concrete landing spots that are going to happen. The signalization is going to be part of the existing signal there. That's their responsibility. We're going to have the virtually no obligation maintenance of the two slabs of concrete. And so staff recommends that you authorize me to sign this agreement so that VTrans can continue expediting this project. Not only were they responsive to our desire for there to be interim improvements so that these things could happen in advance of the major reconstruction of Putney Road that's going to happen about 5 to 7 years from now. They said yes to that, and they've devoted energy and time and money to making this happen. But they're also, if we say yes to this tonight, they're on a timeline that would allow these improvements to be constructed before winter. So it's been a great partnership with VTrans, and we're asking you to authorize that we say yes.
Fantastic. Long time coming. And for the record, that was not quicker.
Great.
Sorry.
All right.
Very, very
quick enough.
punchy. Yeah, it was definitely quick enough. Ian,
That's
since
awesome.
you caused so much trouble in the last, why don't you make a motion?
Amen.
Yeah. I made a lot of trouble. Oh boy, where am I looking?
You want to call out VTrans while you're here? Maybe
Almost the end. Third page.
I could probably figure it. I could probably find a way to call out VTrans. Third page.
All the way to the bottom.
Nope.
Nope.
Middle of the
Right?
page.
Number,
The
letter
middle
E.
second, yeah, sorry.
I found it. Okay.
Mine really big.
Clerk Goodnow would like to make a motion to authorize the town manager to execute a maintenance agreement with VTrans for future maintenance of the RRFB at Town Crier Drive and of a small sidewalk segments at Town Crier Drive and the Hannaford Plaza.
All right, Ian has made a motion to authorize said maintenance agreement with VTrans for maintenance of RRFB at Town Crier Drive and a small sidewalk segments, plural, at Town Crier Drive and Hannaford Plaza. All those in favor, say aye.
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 5-0. Thank you. VTrans Wilmington and Brattleboro Route 9 rebuild.
Okay, without a promise to be quicker, but I really will try. This isn't in as good a shape. This also involves communication we've had with VTrans, and this is a different team of people from VTrans, and they have been partially responsive to our ask for some additional safety measures in the Marlboro Road area of Route 9, between West Brattleboro Village and going out into, into the hills, out into Marlboro. Specifically, what we asked for was bike lanes, which have been incorporated into this plan, but not specified to be painted with green paint, which makes them more visible and safer. So we'd like to ask for the green paint, but frankly, we see that as kind of a more marginal issue. They have included, at least in this reconstruction plan, bike lanes of standard width with some painted delineation of some separation of those lanes from the vehicular lanes. So while it is not the optimum complete streets approach, it is a major improvement over what's there today and would provide bike lanes for what is an increasingly heavily traveled bicycle route. what is missing from this that we think is really important is crosswalks. This is an area where we have one of the highest concentration of lower income folks in Vermont, actually, say nothing of in our area. With the Mountain Home Mobile Home Park and the Westgate development, along with some other residential development along that area, there's a concentration of people who do a lot of walking in an area where there's no reasonable safety or safe pedestrian facilities provided in the current configuration, which is very much like a 1960s and 70s, you know, make it for the vehicles road design. And so we think the crosswalks are especially important. It's good that the bike lanes are there, but we need these crosswalks, and we want to send a strongly worded letter that reinforces the original ask, provides that same information, and talks about the reasons why it's important that they modify these plans. I will say, I think another thing that needs to be acknowledged to VTrans is, you know, they've reached back out to us. We made an ask, they've done a design, and they've reached back out to us to say, do you have any comments on the proposed design, on the conceptual design? And our answer is, yeah, we do have comments. We think that those crosswalks are really necessary, and we'd like to see you make the bike lanes a little bit better. And what we're asking tonight is for you to authorize me to send that letter on your behalf to say that you authorized it.
Thank you for the summary. Yeah, I served during the whole period where we made those asks, served on the committee, and they're reasonable and important. So,
I'm all for a strongly worded letter.
And a little finger wag. You want to throw that in there?
Yeah.
Liz, make a motion.
Sure. I move to authorize the town manager to express the town's official comments on VTrans preliminary plans to rebuild Route 9 from Wilmington to Brattleboro as set forth in the memorandum dated June 30th, 2020 from town manager Elwell.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to authorize town manager to express the town's comments on VTrans plans to rebuild Route 9 from Wilmington to Brattleboro as set forth in the memorandum June 30, 2020 from our town manager. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, so we want to appoint some people to a committee, several committees. And there's a weird way we do this. So what I would propose is that for the two contested committees, which is CPCC, Citizen Police Communications Committee, and the Tree Advisory Committee, that we follow the process that was established eons ago by some select board in their wisdom, and wisdom is in quotes. It's kind of complicated, but basically I'm going to take nominations for names for the CPCC, and then we'll vote on each name. Does that make sense to people?
Sure.
Do you remember this process? It's been a while. So go ahead, Daniel.
Sorry, I'm just excited about it. Can I nominate Karen Tyler for the CPCC?
Absolutely. And I will nominate Tim Berg.
And I'll nominate Terry Carter.
You froze for a moment.
Is that how we're doing this?
Yeah. So then I'll just go alphabetically with the names, and you will vote or not vote for that name, and I will keep a tally.
How many for the CPCC?
Wait.
One.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear anyone nominate the other person.
There's three
that we heard from.
Three names.
Team Karen.
Team Karen.
Tim Berg, Karen Tyler, and Terry Carter, correct? They were all nominated.
Okay.
So
Can I have just like a moment to refresh myself on who these people are? Sorry, it's been.
yes, Tim spoke to us first, and Karen spoke to us second. She's the grandmother, and we didn't unfortunately hear from Terry Carter.
Okay, thank you very much.
So raise your hand for Tim Berg. All right, 0 votes for Tim. Raise your hand for Karen Tyler. That's 5 votes for Karen. And Terry Carter.
I just want to say.
Wait, can Brandy vote twice?
Well,
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think you just keep voting for humans.
You can vote on all 3 if you want. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, we should have a do-over.
I just.
Liz, you keep cutting out.
Yeah.
I just want to say. I want to say that they're all fine people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think.
Sure.
Well,
And
try this.
Yeah, we don't hear you.
I just want to say that they're all fine people.
They are all fine people. I think we were all just very impressed with Karen Tyler. I'll just speak for myself anyway. Moving down to the Tree Advisory Committee, because we're at our time. Nominations?
I nominate Robert Clements.
I would like to nominate Sharon Volmuth.
I will nominate Gail Marie Whites.
And I will nominate Denise Goldberg.
And in this case, remember that it's 3 vacancies and there's 4 people vying. So your votes can go wherever you want them to go, but that's the situation. So I'm going to read.
Sorry, so I could vote for all of them?
You could.
It's very strange. It's not okay. I don't like it.
But then if there's a tie on the second round, there would be a dance off. Yeah. So I'm going to say the name Gail Marie Whites. Votes? That's 1. Sharon Volmuth? 2. Denise Glover? 5. Robert Clements? 4. No, 5. Sorry. So just to make it clear, we have Gail with 1 vote, Sharon with 2, Denise with 5, and Robert with 5. And so that would mean that Sharon, Denise, and Robert are appointed. Is that clear? And then for the other, nothing else is contested, but do we have to read them all off, or? Yeah.
We do. Do you want me to do that?
I'm happy to do it.
All right.
For the ADA Advisory Committee, we have 3 vacancies, but 1 applicant, and that would be Micah Rehnquist, Mika.
Micah.
Cemetery Committee, 1 vacancy, and Sharon Coutier. Oh, wow, I shouldn't have done this. You should have done this. Coutier, maybe. Energy Committee, 1, Gary Stroud. Fence viewers, we have 3 vacancies and 3 applicants. Lee Madden, Tim Kipp, Nicholas Biddle. Planning Commission, 1 opening and 1 applicant, Catherine Mantel-Audlin. And Recreation and Parks Board, 4 vacancies with 4 names, Gary Stroud, Allegra Carignan, Ricky Davidson, Rebecca Day. We spoke to them at the last meeting.
Yes.
And Weyer of Cole is 1 or 2. And it's 2. 1 by charter and 2 allowed by statute. I know that Liz favors appointing 2. I'd hate to break our most recent tradition. So that's why I assumed, sorry, I just assumed that that's the way people wanted to go. But I'm going to name those names: David Levenbach and Ryan Stratton.
So it's 1 by statute, 2 by town charter.
Oh, sorry, it's the opposite: 1 by charter, town charter, and 2 by statute.
I think the charter is more important.
Position that does not have substantive responsibilities. It's a historic artifact of town government in Vermont.
It's like a gift.
I noticed that Ryan Stratton had it on his name in chat, and that was not actually accurate at that time.
Presumptive is what it was.
And I just want to point out that David Levenbach said, in the answer to the question, how long can you serve? He said, until dinosaurs come back.
Ryan would like to speak.
Wants to speak.
What's that?
Ryan, who is one of the applicants, would like to speak.
Oh.
Which
yes.
seems reasonable.
It does, except we're way over time, but sorry.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
I just wanted to point out,
it's too late.
As email on June 17th, that I think the town ordinances also mention 1 or 2 layers of coal. And that's all.
Thanks, Ryan.
Well, thank you, Ryan. That's fine.
Thank you.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay. Long enough? Anybody would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
For what?
Anything. I move the slate of nominees as presented.
By Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think that's 4-0 until, there we go, 5-0. Thank you, Liz. Any other motions out there will be accepted gratefully.
Oh, I moved to adjourn.
Thank you, Daniel. Put me out of my misery. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
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 Good night, friends.
Thanks, everyone.